Bum 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 ba-dum.
Off we go into the wild blue yonder,
climbing high into the sun.
Into the sun. Here they come, zooming to meet our thunder.
Adam now, give them the gun.
Down we die, spouting our flame from under.
Off with the one
hell of a roar. We live in fame or go down in flame. Hey, nothing will stop the U.S. Air Force.
Bum 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 ba-dum.
Off we go into the wild sky yonder.
Keep the wings level and true.
Level and true. If you live to be a gray-haired wonder,
keep the nose out of the blue.
Fight to fight, guarding our nation's border.
We'll be
there followed by more. In echelon, we carry on. Oh, nothing will stop the U.S. Air Force.
And now, broadcasting live from the Howard Hughes Center in lovely Las Vegas, Nevada, it's AFWERX Fusion with your hosts, John Flynn and Krista Kleiner.
Hello to everyone at home and on bases around the country and across the globe.
Before we get started, we'd like to take a brief moment to say something about why we are taking the conference virtual this year.
The health and safety of our entire team is first and foremost, and you notice that my co-host Krista and I came on set wearing our masks. We're taking them off right now, but we will put them on once we depart the studio. And as I look at and I see the rest of our team here, they are also wearing masks. We have abided by CDC and local health department recommended protocols. We have gotten COVID tested, we're doing self-screening every day, we're doing temperature checks, and we have HEPA filters installed throughout the studio, in addition to several other layers that we've put in place. We know the last few months have been incredibly challenging for everyone. We are used to thanking the brave men and women in our military who are serving on the front lines to defend our country, and they continue to do so today.
That's right, John. But over the course of the last few months, the front lines have expanded to include so many of our partners and neighbors. They have encroached on our shores, in our cities, and our communities. And we'd like to offer a special and sincere thank you to the brave men and women risking their lives to keep our nation healthy and strong, the first responders and the healthcare workers who are putting themselves at risk. Thank you for doing your part. We salute you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Krista. So when I'm not on set at AFWERX's incredible innovation hub, located right here in Las Vegas, just a couple of blocks off the Strip, I'm usually serving as the Vice President of Administration for MGM Resorts International. I'm also a reservist in the Air Force who gets the honor of presenting this unique event to you with my colleagues here at AFWERX. Joining me is the incredible and extraordinarily dangerous, I mean, talented actress, musician, and nunchuck master, Krista Kleiner.
Oh, you're just saying that so I don't hit you again.
She's got her nunchucks next to her, so that's how she told me she's going to keep me in check, and I trust her that she's going to keep me in check. So, together,
you did well.
This is only 2 minutes in. We've still got 17 hours to go. Together, we'll make sure that you get the most out of your AFWERX Fusion experience.
Thank you, John. As the proud granddaughter of a former U.S. Airman, it's an absolute honor to be working with the Air Force. Our next 3 days are going to be jam-packed with riveting programming as we delve deep into what it will take to create the true base of the future. So make sure you keep an eye on our schedule on AFWERXfusion.com because you won't want to miss a thing.
No, you won't. And before we get started, we wanted to give you a little overview of how today is going to work. First, we're going to show you some videos we made about the story behind the Base of the Future initiative and the 6 challenges that it encompasses. We call them the Critical 6. Next, we're going to take you on a tour of our showcase floor where you can see a small sample of the hundreds of solutions that have been submitted. And then at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we're going to bring you back here and get started with an incredible day of programming from some of the best and brightest people we have ever met.
Well, that sounds like an action-packed day.
It is.
Remember, we're going to be showing you exhibitors from our showcase website that we, for the sake of fairness, have selected at random. You can check out all of the solutions, however, that have been submitted by going to fusion.afwerxshowcase.com.
Yeah, so let's jump right in, shall we? Because they didn't come here to hear from me. Maybe from you, but not from me, right? So you came to see the hundreds of solutions put forth by our incredible exhibitors to answer the challenges of the base of the future. We're going to be sharing our screen with you, so if you want to hop into a call with any of our exhibitors, check out their showcase page. Operators are standing by. They are standing by.
It's very fancy.
It's pretty impressive what the AFWERX team has done around here. Just make sure you mute this live stream, please, before you do. And remember, join us back here at the host desk at
12 Eastern Time.
Thank you for an action-packed day of programming that you will not want to miss. Now, let's go to our showcase correspondent.
There was a 130-mile-per-hour gust at the Air Force Base just to your east, and that is before the gauge broke. So most likely the winds were much, much higher.
On October 10th, 2018, Hurricane Michael escalated to become the first Category 5 hurricane to make landfall near Mexico Beach in Bay County, Florida. In total, more than 20% of the damage that it created, or more than $6 billion of damage, was directly to the United States Air Force and Tyndall Air Force Base. It was devastating. 375,000 people were evacuated. 1.2 million people were left without power. Families were displaced. Children were unable to return to classes with their friends. Congregations could not gather in houses of worship. Firehouses, police stations, entire communities were torn apart or blown away. Out of this destruction came an opportunity. Tyndall Air Force Base has the chance to rethink what it means to rebuild, to prepare a base which is secure, resilient, and appropriately leverages technology while creating and building cultures of innovation into it. The opportunity was greater still than just rebuilding this one base. The challenge that Hurricane Michael presented has become an opportunity to rethink how the United States Air Force and even the larger Department of Defense builds, extends, or repairs its installations worldwide.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Krista. I'm Josh Kaplan, your AFWERX team lead in charge of the Fusion Virtual Showcase, and I'm here to give you an overview of what we're going to be looking at for the next hour. We've received over 1,600 entries to answer the challenges of the base of the future. These 1,600 entries were narrowed down to the best 371 solutions across our 6 challenge categories. These categories are base security and defense, leveraging technology for operational effectiveness, installation resiliency, enabling technologies for reverse engineering and additive and agile manufacturing, empowering airmen and family well-being, and lastly, fostering a culture of innovation. Together, we call these challenges the Critical 6. To answer these Critical 6 challenges, these 371 exhibitors are vying to impress a team of Air Force evaluators and, of course, you. This is not a competition. There are no winners. There are no losers. But if these solutions impress our evaluators, they will be selected to advance to the next round for further development with the hope that, ultimately, they could be awarded a contract with the Department of Defense to modernize our military and create the base of the future. So now, let's dive into how it works. You can visit our showcase at the link below or hit the showcase button towards the top of your screen. Once there, scroll down and you will see all the 6 challenge categories. Clicking on any of these will allow you to view the submissions for that specific category. Or if you're feeling lucky, you could visit the randomizer in the top right corner, as I will now demonstrate. Here you could see the company, the point of contact, a brief description of their solution, and you could view any exhibitor media that they have provided. And crucially, there would also be a button on your screen that will allow you to hop into a Zoom call with our exhibitors and learn more straight from the source. So remember, visit the link on your screen below, spend some time poking around, meet our wonderful exhibitors, get out there, go ask them questions, and get a sneak peek of what the base of the future might look like. Our host will be right back here at 12 Eastern Time for an amazing day of programming that you will not want to miss.
Before we get too far along today, we wanted to let you know that the AFWERX Fusion virtual experience has some unique features that you might want to take advantage of.
Yeah, I just learned a lot from Josh. That was great. If you registered for this event, check your email for a link to the hashtag ConnectedAF Slack Workspace. Go ahead, check your email. You can connect with other attendees and share your thoughts during and after the event. Plus, you'll gain access to exclusive content like the live scribe drawings that will be made available throughout the day. You could download official Fusion digital Zoom backgrounds to liven up your workshops and networking by going to afwerxfusion.com/digital-backgrounds. We want to hear from you. We'll have polls active throughout our program, and instructions for how to participate will appear on screen. But you can also access them on our homepage beneath our agenda. And at any point, if you feel stuck, please visit our help desk, which you can access also from the top of our homepage. Daryl is the nicest guy, and you should totally go talk with him, and he likes sushi and kelp, from what I hear.
Good taste. Well, with that out of the way, enjoy your showcase. We'll see you back here 12 p.m. Eastern Time for an action-packed day programming. Stay tuned.
See you in a bit.
AFWERX Fusion 2020. Now virtual.
Thank you very much, JR, and welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a chance to spend some quality time with some of our esteemed exhibitors. They have worked incredibly hard to get to this point, and I just want to say how much we appreciate them and their attendance.
Absolutely. And remember, the showcase floor is open. We won't be offended if you want to go spend a little time over there.
No, not at all. But I can already tell you, you're not going to want to miss a minute of the incredible programming that we have lined up for you today.
Before we do, let's kick this conference off on the right foot with a little salute to Old Glory. Please join us in welcoming America's Got Talent finalist Daniel Emmett to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Woo, I got the chills.
Should we get someone to take your temperature?
They already did that 3 times today. I think I'll be okay. I'll collect myself.
God, I hope so, because I cannot do this on my own. By the way, just so you're aware, you're not going to see a flyby at an Army conference. You're only going to get that here at AFWERX in the United States Air Force. Right?
That's right.
All right, so let's get back to the matter of hand, and that is the base of the future. To kick off our virtual event, let's meet the newly appointed director of AFWERX, Colonel Nate Diller.
You may recognize Colonel Diller as the team lead for Agility Prime, a non-traditional program launched by the U.S. Air Force under the umbrella of AFWERX, which seeks to accelerate the commercial market for advanced air mobility vehicles, also known as flying cars.
And before launching the efforts at Agility Prime and joining the team at AFWERX, Colonel Diller served as the Air Force advisor to the Office of the Secretary of Defense, Strategic Capabilities and Rapid Capabilities Office. Additionally, he was detailed as the Assistant Director of Aeronautics at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. Pretty impressive. He's a graduate of the United States Air Force Academy, and Colonel Diller is also an esteemed test pilot with over 2,700 flight hours in more than 60 aircraft.
Wow.
Yep. And is certified as a Level 3 program manager and test professional. Please help me in welcoming Colonel Nate Diller.
Thanks so much, and thanks in particular to the viewers. Thanks to the team who made this happen. What an exciting time. What a fantastic kickoff to a fantastic event. You know, we're talking today and through the next few days about the base of the future, and certainly that is a physical base. But as we think about this, there's also a base, a foundation to the future that we believe in AFWERX is a foundation of innovation. And how does that foundation happen? We believe that that foundation of innovation is this fusion. It's this melding of the multiple different communities that we have here, that this fantastic team has pulled together as we bring together some of our youngest airmen, bringing in fresh new ideas, as we bring in some of the most entrepreneurial spirits out there in the non-traditional startup market, as we bring all of those folks together for a specific target, and that target being the base of the future. So deep appreciation to everyone who's put this together, this virtual conference. And as you know, originally, the plan was not to have a virtual conference. Our intent was, as we have done for the last several years with Fusion, bring everyone together physically. Obviously, as has happened in many cases, we've not had that opportunity this year. So what you're going to get this week is not your standard virtual conference, bringing together military and private sector in a very interactive ways, in ways you've never seen before, to collaborate on these new topics, to collaborate on ways that we are getting to a partnership that is so important for the security of our nation. Over the course of the next 3 days, you're going to be immersed in a journey looking at 6 different AFWERX challenges, bringing together the best minds in order to see what that base of the future looks like. Each of those challenges started with a workshop. And so bringing those ideas together in a workshop, from that workshop, identifying what the problems are, not looking at a standard rigid set of requirements, but looking what is in the realm of the possible. And this is really key to this new approach that we are taking for AFWERX, a new approach to capability development that says we're not necessarily going to go and fight the next war, right? The next war may not be a physical war, but the war that we fight daily in order to effectively turn the treasure of the taxpayer into capability to secure our nation. And as we do that, thinking about very non-traditional ways of doing that, thinking about ways that we will actually start to leverage those innovative minds that are out there, and being able to look at a toolbox that's not just what are the requirements that we have internally, but start to leverage that research and development that happens across our entire American innovation ecosystem, and then posture ourselves to take smart risks, to take feedback from the end users, to prototype, and find ways that maybe we can very effectively at a relatively low cost get capability into our operators and do it in a way that we are competing with speed. Our airmen really cannot wait on the legacy acquisition processes. We can't rely on a status quo that is delivering the best capabilities offered by the last century. We have to continue upgrading. We have to continue bringing in ideas and sustaining these capabilities in ways that maybe we haven't been able to before, looking at things like advanced manufacturing, 3D printing, advanced analytics to help us understand what predictive maintenance might look like. As we look at a global power competition and looking at who we have on our team to participate in this competition, to make sure that the ideas of a free and open society are those ideas that will compete, those ideas that are protected, those are the people that are protected, we are taking a different approach. These 6 challenges that you're going to learn about this week during this Fusion experience is bringing those best minds together from the non-traditional solution providers, from a government end users, and bringing them together in a way that fuses those ideas and turns a cycle time that in the past may have taken many years, many decades. You'll see examples where we are able to turn capability in the course of several months, cutting through red tape, stopping the check the box thinking, and increasing the speed and the agility so that our partners and our economic base, both domestically and internationally, is prepared for this competition. We're going to focus on base security and defense, installation resilience, but then tomorrow I'll dive into leveraging technology for operational effectiveness and reverse engineering, looking at opportunities with additive manufacturing and being able to find, if you stick with us all the way through Thursday, an opportunity to get through all these things that eventually require a change in culture, empowering our airmen, and in particular, making sure that we have our families taken care of, looking at this idea of family well-being at our bases. So these are important not just to the Air Force, they're important across the entire Department of Defense. And we have got a group of innovators across our ecosystem that we are going to leverage to make sure that we are getting those greatest ideas into the hands of our airmen and finding ways of doing that in a timely manner. So I want to thank everyone for the opportunity. There's a fantastic lineup that we have here. You're going to have opportunities to begin to collaborate in ways that you may not have expected before. A lot of people think of an online event and think that, you know, you're just sit and watch TV for the next few days. I assure you, take the opportunities to do the networking that is there and making sure that you are able over the course of this week to challenge some of your ideas. If there is an individual who certainly knows how to challenge ideas, who knows how to challenge the status quo, and who wakes up every morning as one of America's greatest innovators, you will not find someone more capable than Will Roper to do that. Dr. Roper, a Rhodes Scholar and the founder of the Strategic Capabilities Office, is actually here joining us this morning for those on the West Coast, and early afternoon for those of us here on the East Coast to kick off this Fusion event. Dr. Roper, thanks for being here with us, and thanks for taking the opportunity to kick off this fantastic event that we have lined up for the week. Over to you, sir.
Hey, Colonel Diller, I guess good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you're located. Can you hear me okay? I know we're using IT to allow people to collaborate and fuse virtually, which is really exciting, but let me get a comm check and then we'll talk about what's exciting about this event AFWERX is putting on.
And I'm hearing you loud and clear. Sounds like it's good across.
Awesome. Well, first and foremost, Colonel Diller, congratulations on being the director of AFWERX in its 2.0 phase. And for the entire AFWERX nation that's tuning in, whether you're an airman, whether you're a contractor, whether you're a company that has worked with AFWERX perennially, or whether you're a new company coming to an event for the first time thinking, I've heard the Air Force has an interesting way for commercial innovators to collaborate and work on new and exciting problems. Welcome. I am so excited by what this organization has accomplished and what it will continue accomplishing as we plug it in as not an experiment within our acquisition enterprise, but as part and parcel of how we do business across the board. So for anyone involved who has been part of this in the past, or maybe part of this in the future, I am so excited by what has been accomplished and what will be. Bottom line, AFWERX is really about thinking of commercial innovation itself as a battlefield that the military has to treat seriously. We just can't sit behind fence lines or here in the Pentagon where I'm joining you from today and think that the world's best ideas and technology are simply going to jump into our future warfighting systems just because we want them to. Now, that Cold War model where the military funded most of the research and development in this nation, that's over. You all know that. But the Pentagon is still sleeping like Rip Van Winkle in those older times, and its dream of being the center of R&D is simply over. The Pentagon is 20% of what our nation does on a whole in research and development. And that's not because we've gotten any worse at it. We still have amazing technologies coming out of our labs, but we're working on things that can't be commercialized. And increasingly, technology is commercialized by thought, by inception, by intention. Its very birth is targeting commercial users. And that's what's new and amazing about the world today. It's that technology is cheap and ubiquitous, and so many people can be involved in this amazing tech ecosystem. And back in that Cold War era, you simply couldn't be. Technology was quite expensive to create in an era where computers were expensive and difficult, which is why nations and very large companies were the movers and shakers of that era, but not so anymore. And it's a better time to be alive. It's an exciting time to be alive, but it also means that we've got to have a reverent trepidation about what will happen if we don't treat these technologies seriously, if we don't treat commercial innovation as a battlefield, and make sure we're on the forefronts. And battlefield really means competing. It means doing what we can in the military to compete in all areas of tech. And ways that we can help compete are by partnering with companies like you, partnering with operators who need new solutions to bring our funding, which we still have, right? That hasn't changed since the Cold War, but also the market that we represent. The fact that we purchase things in quantities, that we can tolerate a higher entry price point than the commercial market, that we can help bridge companies towards commercialization. And none of this, I can promise you, none of this talk that we're having today is going to be happening in any other Pentagon conference room. This is just such a new idea, but it is so self-evident that we in the Air Force are not waiting on getting broader direction. We are moving out, and AFWERX is leading the charge. Now, fusion events like this are exceptionally important because when we need to take on a new area of research, a new set of challenges, we need to be able to expose that to innovators of all types. And a challenge like Base of the Future is a fantastic way to bring together innovators who are thinking about very different fields of technology. If you're a perennial partner of the Air Force or Space Force, you know that we work in all fields of technology. In fact, if you're working on a breakthrough technology and we can't partner with you on a military use case, then shame on us, because our portfolio is so much broader than aircraft and satellites and cyber tools that you may think of first when you think of the Air Force and Space Force. But we have huge medical equities and energy and logistics, and data itself is something that's increasingly important for how we do business. So companies of all type can have a huge and profound impact on how we do our mission. You can keep our men and women in uniform either safer, more efficient, more productive, or more future-proof as technologies change, all things that have a direct impact on our mission. Now, Base of the Future is a fantastic challenge for us to tee up because it's going to involve areas of technology from across the board. Now, what would a Base of the Future look like in an ideal world? Well, that's part of why you're here, is we want your thoughts. We want your imagination and your technology. But I'm happy to share some of my own, since when I get a few spare moments in the Pentagon to think, I do like to have my head in the clouds, much like Colonel Diller does virtually with his very snazzy background. I'm trying to do my best with a mountaintop behind me, Colonel Diller, a picture I took myself. So I don't have to worry about any of the data rights on this. But it is fun getting to think about the future when you work in a job where you can help make it come true. So if you don't know a lot about the Air Force, a base is much more than a place where we have a bunch of buildings. You know, a base is the area from which we launch and project power, whether that projection of power is warfighting or whether it is going out and conducting disaster relief, humanitarian assistance. The Air Force is first into the foray because airplanes are fast and we can fly from the US to anywhere in the globe and put an aircraft there and sustain it. So first and foremost, if you're an adversary of the United States Air Force, the first thing you'd like to do, I would say the Space Force as well, because we project power as well from our Space Force bases. But the first thing you'd like to do is hold that base at risk. Well, how do you hold a base at risk? Well, there's so many different ways you might conceive of. In fact, get a team of evil geniuses together and they'll come up with 10 different ways before the hour is out as to how you could hold a base at risk. You could physically destroy it with weapons the way that a conventional military might think of. And we need ideas on how to be resilient, able to operate through if we can't defend 100%. How do we make ourselves more resilient, more able to take a punch and keep fighting? But beyond conventional attack, you'll realize there are a lot of other things you could do. Maybe they're non-kinetic things that you could do. Destroy the power system, for instance, or just hold runways at risk, you know, crater them, put materials on them that make it difficult for us to fly airplanes. Because an air base you can't fly airplanes from is just simply going back to being a bunch of buildings behind a fence line. So think of all the different things that are on a base. We have our facilities, we have our personnel, we have our flight lines, we have our hangars, we have our spares for aircraft, we have our maintenance crews, we have our operators, all of whom have to work together in symbiosis to project the power that is the United States Air Force. Any one of those things put into disarray, you go from being an Air Force to just a bunch of airplanes. So help us think through how we act more resiliently, more adaptively, without having single points of failure. So resilience, redundancy are things that we really value. And thinking very non-traditionally about how an adversary might try to hold this amazing service at risk in a way that we haven't thought of, and then what do we do to fix it? Now, you can imagine that once we're able to keep a base operating through tough times induced by an adversary, the next thing we'd be thinking about is how to make that base operate in an environment in the future that is contested, not just from a threat standpoint, but from the point of view that it may be cut off from resupply and logistics that would flow out of the United States. We have air bases in the United States and space bases too, but we also have a lot of forward operating bases, and it's important that we be able to flow new systems in to keep them operating, to keep them supplied. Well, you could imagine, why defeat the warfighting edge of the Air Force? Why defeat the fighters and bombers and in flight? And on the Space Force side, the satellites in orbit, why defeat that if you can simply hold the logistics train that resupplies them at risk? So things we would value in the base of the future is the ability to operate more austerely, more autonomously. So are we waiting for that airplane part to come in so we can fix a plane on the ground? Or are we printing that part on site? Are we making things locally so we're not dependent on those supply chains? Are we able to reroute and do local logistics and maintenance at the edge? One of the reasons we're really excited about our flying car program, also run by AFWERX, Agility Prime, is the ability to do logistics at the edge that would traditionally require a very big airplane that just simply said is just not affordable or sustainable in austere environments. The runways itself that are needed to keep those planes operating at the edge are not affordable in a broadly disaggregated way. Flying cars may change that. So changing the calculus for what we can do at the edge, whether being able to do more locally, being more autonomous, or being more resilient. So if you're a company with ideas about energy, better energy efficiency, energy production at the edge, yes, we have to have power. And if our adversary cuts that off, then it's the same as defeating our airplanes in flight. So resilience and autonomy at the edge are things that we also really value. I also think that our bases of the future, we've got to be able to put a base in a box and take it with us. No, not the entire base. We're certainly not going to package up a runway and fold it out the way Inspector Gadget could, if you know those old cartoons. But a lot of what we'll need to do on future bases will need to be palletized in a way that we can take it forward. As we do more data fusion and data-centric decision making at our base, those data hubs, those big brains that are processing through the myriad logistics calculations and operational calculations that are needed for effective warfighting or effective disaster relief, those are things that can be held at risk. They're vulnerability. And so I think we're going to need to be able to take components of the base out to the edge, being able to push the boundaries of what austere operations, remote operations, or edge operations mean. Now, we all know this as we come from home into our work environments, or just simply leave our houses and go out into the world around us, although that's certainly not as frequent under COVID-19, that our mobile devices, they go with us to the edge. But when we come home, they connect to the broader infrastructure that are our home networks and then the internet itself. So they're powerful at the edge. They're even more powerful as they connect to more devices. And I think our bases are going to need to feel like that. I think airplanes, as they go forward, will need to have a certain level of sophistication and processing and compute. But when they come home and land, they re-plug in to the broader cloud, the broader network that our Air Force is building but needs to build faster, and that tops them up with the latest information, latest data, so that the next sortie that they fly, they're more able to fight with data as their leading edge. I think this idea of being a data-centric service is one I see in the makings, but it's a big pivot for us, because every military currently defines itself by its platforms, the things that you can take pictures of. So airplanes and satellites, and outside of the Air Force and Space Force, ships and tanks and those things that are photographable, but data isn't and cloud isn't. And data architectures are even more obscure. And so if we have to value these as much as we value our really snazzy fighter jets today, what a wonderful place to bring them in, to bake them into the very foundational concept of what a base is, of being a data-centric a data-centric entity, and that though there are physical components of it, the data architecture and the decisions it allows us to make are even more important. So if you're an AI company, Base of the Future should be your home. There are so many different opportunities to help us churn logistics, op-tempo, maintenance, resupply, bringing the power of prediction that machine learning has and putting it to bear on practical problems for the military, both in peacetime and in conflict. Also, if you are a comms company, anyone hoping to push the boundary of 5G communications, we're already there. We already have bases of the future now in terms of Air Force bases that have opened the door to 5G manufacturers so that they can start testing their gear using Air Force men and women as the guinea pigs, and guinea pigs that are actually really excited about participating in the experiment. So a Base of the Future has a wonderful opportunity to push the boundaries of 5G, start experimenting with Internet of Things 2.0, where increasingly more things at the edge, more things that are the T's in the IoT are going to be things that move in the physical world, where there will be safety implications. So think drones, self-driving vehicles, all of which could make a Base of the Future much more efficient, much more able to operate autonomously if we can keep the communications up. So a huge opportunity to participate if you're one of those companies. Here's the rub though, is that at our Base of the Future, an adversary that sees all of that empowerment from communication and data-centric decision-making, well, that's going to be the first thing they want to take out. So how do we make it more ruggedized, more able to operate through tough conditions? And if we're able to solve that problem together, that's not just a military problem. That's the same thing in a disaster zone, a hurricane, a tsunami. How do we keep critical comms working so that when it's a very bad day from a disaster point of view, that first responders and medical relief and logisticians that have to rebuild infrastructure are not cut off from communicating with what they see on the ground, and that people in need are able to communicate as well, most importantly. So austere, ruggedized communication can be much broader than just the military, but it's a great example of a market that can probably happen if the military throws in its weight first. Help catalyze it for our mission that we need today, and then help spin it out into the commercial market that would hopefully find it easier to embrace because it's been de-risked because of our time, our funding, and our mission application. We need to repeat that motto, using our military market to de-risk new technology options and spin them out towards faster commercialization. We need that motto again and again across numerous programs. That is how we actually compete on the innovation battlefield. We can't win in the military alone. In fact, we can't even begin winning, as only 20% of our nation's RMD. But if we view our value proposition, the uniqueness factor we bring to bear, and bake it into challenges like we're doing in the AFWERX Fusion event today and this week, then we'll increasingly open up our aperture and hopefully the apertures of commercial innovators and entrepreneurs to think of us as a bridge market, to think of us as a catalyst. And we have to do our utmost to continue to earn the trust that's been given to us over the past couple of years. I was just speaking with a former senior official in another service, just saying, I can't believe how fast the Air Force is moving in this tech domain, this commercial innovation domain. And I'm asking my own service to really move out on this because I see the future in what's being trailblazed. Well, I see the future too, and I feel the urgency of ensuring that our military today and future is connected to the entire innovation base that our nation has. It is our national strength and treasure. It is awesome to live in a time of such amazing tech, and I'm excited to see what companies and innovators everywhere dream up about how the base of the future should be.
Super, Dr. Roper, thanks so much for your time. Thanks for those fantastic words to get us started here. John and Chris, back over to you as we transition now to our next speaker. Thank you, Dr. Roper.
Wow, that was great. Thank you, Colonel Diller, Dr. Roper. Thank you. I love his vision. You know, bringing that vision to fruition, that's what we're here to do.
Exactly.
Here at AFWERX, which is great. So thank you so much. Now for our next speaker, we're extremely honored to be joined by a wonderful guest coming in from Florida. We're going to be going to her just here in a little bit. She happens to be the person who can give us more insight into the Base of the Future initiative as it relates to Tyndall Air Force Base than anyone else, as she is in charge of building it.
She most certainly is. She has a storied career spanning decades and has built some truly incredible things. She received her commission through the ROTC after studying civil engineering at the University of Southwestern Louisiana, where she graduated with honors. She has been a commander twice, has experience at base level, major command, combatant command, field operating agency, and air staff levels, and has been activated for 3 extended active duty tours since September 11th of 2001, serving both stateside and abroad. And now, at the direction of the Secretary of the Air Force, she is leading a team to program and prepare to execute nearly $3 billion in funding to construct a digitally connected 21st century Air Force base of the future. Put your clappers together for Brigadier General Patrice Melanson.
Jackie, you able to hear me? Quick check from the Atlanta studio.
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. So what you're hearing now is the hosts in Vegas.
As host for this exciting event and for that kind introduction. Dr. Roper, thank you so much for kicking off what promises to be 3 exciting days of exploration into what it means to be a base of the future. As John and Krista said, I'm Brigadier General Patrice Melanson, Executive Director of the Tyndall Reconstruction Program Management Office, or Tyndall PMO. I'm standing here outside of Hangar 43, the only hangar that survived Hurricane Michael. You might be asking yourself, what exactly does it mean to be a base of the future? Well, it depends on who you ask. There are plenty of aspects that come into play, and I'm going to introduce and talk a little bit about several of them that we're working to bring to bear as we reimagine Tyndall Air Force Base. You'll hear more in-depth discussions of many of these topics as we go through the next 3 days. So, first things first, huge kudos to the AFWERX Innovation Hub for organizing this amazing event and for pivoting to a completely virtual event pretty late in the schedule. If any of you are like me, you've gotten about as much fun out of COVID as you're gonna get. Unfortunately, I think this is the new normal and it's gonna be around for a while. But here we are, and we received about 1,500 submissions across the 6 topic areas. That's about 5 times the number from last year's Fusion event. Way to go, and thank you, industry, for really showing up and bringing your ideas to us. I first crossed paths with the AFWERX team just over a year ago. I want to give a quick shout out to Brian Beam Mao, Vince Swath Pecoraro, and Mark Rocketeer Rowland. They'd taken me and my team under their wing, helped us understand what AFWERX was all about, and helped us figure out what it might mean to be a base of the future. For those of you familiar with the Myers-Briggs type indicator, I am a really big S, meaning I focus on facts. I want to know what expectations are and what my boundaries are. These guys are all huge N's for their focus on intuition. They could care less about boundaries, precedent, or anything else that might limit their imagination, and helped me take off my blinders to look at what's within the realm of the possible. The AFWERX team led a group including Air Force, community, and industry to solidify our topic areas and connect mission owners, subject matter experts, or SMEs, and other partners to flesh out the challenges that make up this Fusion event. One topic that comes to mind when you talk about Base of the Future is that of resiliency. Mr. Henderson, Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Installations, Environment, and Energy, will be speaking about some of the resiliency lessons we learned as a result of Hurricane Michael after lunch today. We've specifically considered 3 different types of resiliency: climatic, energy, and coastal. With climatic resiliency, we've published installation facility standards that set design flood elevations specific to Tyndall, as well as wind speeds and material codes that enhance the structural durability of our facilities. To set design flood elevations, our subject matter experts considered historic and rainfall projections, as well as industry models predicting sea level rise into the future. As we explored structural considerations, members of the Base Civil Engineer Squadron traveled to Miami-Dade County to discuss their local building codes. Our structural SMEs also consulted the American Society of Civil Engineers Publication 7 that specifies general structural design considerations. As a result, we have specifications tailored to the local area that detail design wind speeds based on building classification and have adopted the best practices from the Florida Building Code High Velocity Hurricane Zone specifications. In the area of energy resiliency, we're exploring a variety of options to include microgrids, self-healing grids, and alternate energy sources, along with the ability to operate connected or disconnected from the local power supply. Because Tyndall's utilities are privatized, we've been working with the Defense Logistics Agency and the system owners to explore what is in the realm of the possible. We've also brought in one of the Department of Energy's labs to help us with some modeling and evaluation of potential solutions. In the area of coastal resiliency, I'm really excited about a series of workshops on this topic held last month with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA, EPA, Florida DEP, the Nature Conservancy, World Wildlife Fund, and Restore America's Estuaries, to name just a few. There's a lot of interest in piloting a variety of techniques to restore the coastline and bays that surround Tyndall and serve as a natural buffer to storms. Many of the agencies I mentioned are excited to use Tyndall as a proving ground to try out some new techniques that could then be applied across coastlines everywhere. The next topical area I want to focus on is taking advantage of smart technologies. The Air Force Research Lab and the Air Force Civil Engineer Center have already been working with my team to consider ways that we can integrate building sensors and artificial intelligence or machine learning to give us the ability to be much more proactive with our infrastructure maintenance. There's a plethora of sensing capability already available in industry, and it comes pre-installed on mechanical, electrical, and power equipment. These sensors range from sound or vibration signatures that can detect initial failure of a motor and potentially provide initial diagnosis, to leak detection in facilities or the water distribution system. We want to bake in the tools that will allow us to do maintenance at what we're calling the sweet spot, where we can minimize repair costs and actually extend the useful life of our built infrastructure. This condition-based or predictive maintenance strategy has great potential to reduce overall infrastructure maintenance costs and the total cost of ownership of our built infrastructure. While these sensors are a fairly mature technology, the rest of the equation is not. Integration into the IT network, data aggregation, cybersecurity considerations, and then ingestion into artificial intelligence or machine learning are challenges yet to be met in the Air Force. My team is currently working with the Air Force Civil Engineer Center to develop a prototype Installation Resilience Operations Center that will enable us to get to that condition-based maintenance strategy for Tyndall initially. Eventually, we'll include data from all of our bases and be able to look at trends across a major command, a particular geography, or the entire installation to help us get after the installation investment strategy that was published in the Air Force in January 2019. The Tyndall PMO is also exploring ways that we can leverage smart technology to assist in perimeter defense and enhance the safety of our people with systems like gunshot detection that provide near real-time immediate information to our law enforcement team. We got tons of submissions related to this topic, and you'll hear more about this kind of technology and innovation in the base defense arena from Ms. Sheppers later today. Another aspect of smart technology is reflected in our new mission set, the F-35 Lightning II. The F-35 is equipped with the ALICE, the Autonomic Logistics Information System. The ALICE serves as the information infrastructure for the F-35, transmitting aircraft health and maintenance information to appropriate users on a globally distributed network. Not only can it provide enterprise-wide trends, but it can also provide real-time feedback while the aircraft is still flying its mission to a technician on the ground related to potential maintenance or checks that might be required when the aircraft does land. This allows the technician to be prepared with the right tools and supplies to immediately address any needs as soon as the plane is back to the hangar. The F-35 is the first system to have sustainment tools engineered in concert with the aircraft for efficiency and cost effectiveness. The ALICE turns data from a myriad of sources into actionable information. This leads directly to increased aircraft availability and increased readiness. The ALICE is just one aspect of the flight line of the future that the Air Force maintenance and logistics communities are working on. Another is the use of augmented or virtual reality glasses that help a technician virtually walk through an engine or landing gear with visuals and prompts from the tech order that pop up in the field of vision to assist in troubleshooting or making a repair. We're also considering the entire supply chain and how we might leverage data and technology to optimize our purchasing, storage, and delivery. Remember that technician in the maintenance hangar who's just gotten an alert from the F-35? Imagine her, or him, taking their tablet and with a few quick taps, they order up whatever tools and supplies are needed. That gets sent to the warehouse, and similar to what happens in Amazon warehouses, a Roomba-looking robot brings the right shelving units to a designated point, and the needed tools and supplies are put on a drone and flown out to the parking spot where the aircraft has just landed. We're not quite there yet, but that is definitely where we're headed. So, how are we going to make all of this amazing tech happen and still be ready to catch our first F-35 in September of 2023? Well, our acquisition professionals are working on more agile contracting and procurement methods. AFWERX has hosted events similar to this Fusion event to attract smaller niche firms who might not typically be attracted to government work, partly because of the bureaucracy. Let's face it, working with the government is not always the easiest. I was very excited to learn that there are a variety of authorities that empower the use of other transaction agreements, or OTAs. While many aren't familiar with OTAs, the underlying concept has been around since the late 50s. Beginning with the NASA Space Act of 1958, OTs have been a tool available to the federal R&D community. DoD was specifically given the authority for research OTs in fiscal year 89 and prototype OTs in fiscal year 94. While OT agreements are not traditional government contracts, they are legal contracts. However, OTs operate outside of the federal acquisition regulations. OTAs were created to give the DoD the flexibility necessary to adopt and incorporate business practices that reflect commercial industry standards and best practices into its award instruments. While there are specific circumstances under which OTAs can be used, they allow DoD access to state-of-the-art technology solutions from a wider net of contractors, utilizing more customized business deals. For Tyndall, AFWERX has posted a commercial solutions opening, also known as a CSO, that acts as the solicitation vehicle for all of the different vendors you'll see throughout the Fusion experience. This CSO solicitation allows for both traditional FAR-based and non-traditional OTA procurement instruments to be awarded. If you represent an office within the government that's interested in some of the technology that you see during Fusion, find your contracting officer, and together you can use this Base of the Future CSO to get after that technology and place it on the appropriate procurement instrument. There is training available from SAF AQC's RapidX contracting team to assist contracting officers in utilizing this CSO so that the right technology solutions find the right government end users, empowering us to deliver an ever-evolving Base of the Future, not just at Tyndall, but across the DoD as a whole. The last part of the Base of the Future that I want to talk about is an aspect that might not be immediately obvious, and that's the aspect of personal resilience. Let's face it, we can have the most resilient infrastructure, tech tools that allow us to be agile, efficient, and effective, and the coolest gadgets. But if we don't have our people, it's all for naught. All that technology is not going to work itself. Thursday afternoon features a keynote from Kevin Hines and a panel led by Rocketeer Mark Rowland to spend some time talking about personal resiliency and holistic well-being. Kevin's keynote will address the issue of ways to thrive after an attempted suicide. Suicide is the second leading cause of death in the military. The Uniformed Services University Center for Deployment Psychology reported that the rate of suicide in the U.S. is 13.3 per 100,000. The DoD reports rates of 20.2 per 100,000 for the active component, 24.7 for the reserves, and 27.1 for the National Guard. Looking at holistic well-being to include physical, mental, spiritual, emotional, and social well-being is key to ensuring that all of our teammates are able to perform at their very best for themselves as well as our military. And speaking of people, I've been absolutely blessed with the number of people and organizations who have embraced what we're doing with our work towards defining and building the Base of the Future. As you will realize over the next 3 days, there are so many different aspects of the Base of the Future. Just one group or one specialty can't even begin to pull it all together. We've had amazing support from our local community of Bay County to include the cities of Panama City, Callaway, Parker, Springfield, Panama City Beach, Mexico Beach, and Lynn Haven. So many different organizations within the Air Force: the Air Force Civil Engineer Center, Research Lab, Installation Contracting Center, Security Forces Center, Services Center, and the Life Cycle Management Center. The Corps of Engineers has been a key partner, including the Mobile and Savannah districts, along with the Engineering Research and Development Center, to include its Construction Engineering Research Lab and Coastal and Hydraulics Lab. DoD's Office of Economic Adjustment and the Defense System Information Analysis Center have both participated in some of our brainstorming workshops, and we've had help from 2 of the Department of Energy labs. Some of you know that I'm a quilter, and when I'm not making masks to help family and friends deal with COVID, I really get a lot of joy from selecting a quilt pattern, picking out the different fabrics, and then piecing together something that's more than the sum of its parts. It's been exciting and so very fulfilling to be able to bring all of these different aspects, people and groups together to reimagine Tyndall as a base of the future and pave the way for other bases to follow in our footsteps. I hope you enjoy this Fusion event, and thank you so much for doing me the honor of leading us off today.
It's an incredible honor to have you here with us, General. We can't thank you enough. And I love that analogy about her being a quilter and putting the pieces together. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I love that too. And I love the fact that she references base of the future, not just as infrastructure, but the emotional, the spiritual, you know, the physical, the mental base, because those are all issues that we're tackling here at AFWERX, because you can't have the base of the future without taking care of the airmen and their families. So now stay close, because we will be right back here with another amazing presentation on one of the most exciting and disruptive technological innovations of the last 2 decades. That is blockchain technology and the role that it might have in shaping the base of the future.
But first, we thought we would delight you with a little Air Force trivia that you might not already know.
He started out an enlisted private in the United States Army Air Forces in 1941. By the time that he retired in 1975 with over 33 years of active duty service, he was a brigadier general in the United States Air Force. How does a private become a brigadier general? It takes determination, no pain, no gain. But it takes innovation too. 2 days before becoming the fastest human being on Earth, he fell from his horse and broke 2 ribs. Afraid that the injury would disqualify him, he entrusted his wife, Glynis, and his fellow project pilot, Jack Ridley, with his secret. On the day of the flight, unable to close the hatch on his Bell X-1, Ridley helped his fellow pilot create a lever from the broken-off end of a broomstick to assist with the task. It still hurt. It hurt like hell. But the 2 pilots' quick innovation would allow him to break an important barrier. On October 14th, 1947, the same way that a pilot would become a brigadier general, Captain Charles Chuck Yeager would close the hatch and put the world on notice. No pain, no gain. That's how a private becomes a brigadier general. That's how a hatch gets closed with the broken end of a broomstick. That's how we discover the boom that comes along with breaking the sound barrier. And that's how a newly created branch of service, less than 1 month old, puts the world on notice. We aren't just here to defend. We're here to innovate.
Wow, I've been in the Air Force for 25 years. I didn't know a lot of what I just saw.
I had no idea, but that's such an inspiring story. I mean, imagine that. Breaking the sound barrier for the first time with broken ribs. I mean, I bruised a couple ribs and I could barely drive. So I can I can only imagine how challenging that was for him. I mean, he probably didn't even know if he could eject properly.
Yep, true grit right there. And you know, we're breaking all kinds of barriers here at AFWERX. So we're going to move on to our next keynote and speaker. So let's give it up for verifiable tech rock star and cornerstone of the Las Vegas tech community, CEO of Totem Block, Jackie Mork.
I'm always honored to have a chance to talk to the AFWERX community. You guys inspire me, and I'm really lucky to have you guys have a large portion of the AFWERX community based out of Las Vegas. So it's really exciting to see the innovation that you have going on, and because of that, I have a lot of fun talking to you guys about a topic that I am very passionate about, and that is cryptocurrency and its underlying technology of blockchain. But really what I'm excited about most of the time is to kind of get a lay of the land and give people an understanding of what it's actually about, and somehow kind of also burst bubbles around what it can and cannot do. And so I know a key area of interest over the last several years in the AFWERX ecosystem has been around better understanding the applications of cryptocurrency and its underlying technology, blockchain. And when looking at the base of the future, naturally exploring how cryptocurrency and blockchain could be applied is going to come up, particularly around topics like security, supply chain, and automation. And so I'm really lucky to have an audience here that has proven to be willing to dig into like the meat and potatoes and use the information given at this Fusion conference to inform exploration and decision making within your own projects and departments. So that is why I would like to take this 15 minutes to break down the underlying technology behind cryptocurrency in such a way that it can be useful to each and every one of you in the future of what you guys are doing. All right. So we're going to dig in. This is going to get a little bit technical, so bear with me, especially since I'm going to be talking at you and not be using visual aids here, but I think you'll get it. And part of that is because I'm not sure how many of you have actually heard of blockchain. I feel like at this point, most of you have, especially since a lot of the projects I know come through the competitions and stuff are utilizing some of this technology to solve problems, particularly around sort of inventory management and stuff in the military. And so when I think about blockchain technology, what I really want you to do is kind of throw away everything you've ever learned about crypto and blockchain and anything you've heard in the news or you've heard in all the Medium articles or things that are interesting, and instead think about blockchain technology as a buffet of existing technologies. So essentially what happened is, there was one man back in the financial crisis that wanted to essentially, you have a new use case to understand how money could be transferred between individuals. And that new use case basically created what we know as Bitcoin. But the technology that created it, that people refer to as blockchain, really actually is just a combination of existing technologies. And it was just a new way to apply them. And you guys think about that kind of stuff all the time, in not only in technology, but also your operational processes when you're building best-in-class SOPs and all that stuff. And so it's a really great way to kind of translate the components that make up blockchain to understand how they might apply to the base of the future. And so what you'll find is that actually the best solutions might use a combination of the following already widely used technologies. But in order for it to be blockchain, it doesn't have to be all of them. Many companies find the best application of blockchain to their businesses to be a custom stack of these like buffet of technologies that suits their unique domain. So for example, Estonia put together a combination of these technologies to be able to validate a money system that could be backed and verified, that created more trust than what their government was able to provide for them. So let's talk about the different features that actually make up blockchain. We have hashing, asymmetric keys, immutability, peer-to-peer networks, ordering, and encryption. Okay, and most of these you guys have probably heard in some form or another. So let's first talk about hashing. What is it? The algorithmic process of creating a small fingerprint from a larger piece of data that uniquely identifies it and can cryptographically assert existence, uniqueness, or identity of that data. It's really useful when you're talking about things like simplifying and accelerating proof of existence for documents. And when you're looking at storage systems where the contents can be shared or cached based on their contents, it improves efficiency significantly. So if, for example, if you're looking at this specifically the way that it was been used in the very first use case of Bitcoin, you're looking at basically being able, when a transaction happens, creating a hash or hashing it. And so it creates a tiny little fingerprint of that large piece of data that's stored, as opposed to the entire piece of data about the transaction being stored. Next, we're going to talk about asymmetric keys. So asymmetric cryptography is also known as public key cryptography. So uses of public and private keys to encrypt and decrypt data. The keys are simply large numbers that have been paired together, but are not identical, meaning they're asymmetric. So one key can pair to be shared with everyone. That's called a public key. So I kind of always envision, you know, in the movies when they're counting down to the nuke and you have to have both keys in the slot and they're turning it at the same time. Asymmetric keys in technology work exactly the same way. Except for a lot of times one of those keys is publicly shared so anyone can have access to it. And then the person or the organization that's going to be able to kind of have that sign off to make sure that that thing is accessible is going to have that private key. So this is super useful when you're looking at things like signing documents. We use this publicly a lot when you're signing documents for your bank or transactions. But this can also be used when you're thinking about the base of the future in thinking about, you know, the different levels of an organization and basically signing off or giving approval for certain orders or things that could be more automated. So basically being able to say, if this meets a certain criteria, we're going to go ahead and let this be approved, but making sure that that's done in the most secure way possible. The next thing we're going to talk about is immutability. So immutability is when you're making data unchanging over time, or meaning that like data cannot be changed over time. This becomes really useful because if more databases of, say, I don't know, products or inventory or really anything switch to storing the whole history instead of storing the actual like specific state of things, they can have a trusted history. And so this is something we call event sourcing. And you'll see like certain companies doing things like this. So if you've ever used Microsoft's Word, they actually have a version control that they're starting to build in. This is also seen in Google Docs or things like that. And that Google or that version history is basically a less secure version of what immutability or event sourcing is. But it's a similar concept. So you can think about that where you want to track, you know, the way the state of things have been, potentially go back, refer. It's really great when you want to do data comparisons to understand, you know, how things are successfully changing over time. So in order to make that data unchangeable, you can make it immutable. And then that is going to make sure that you're not going to be able to have any changes in that data. So what you're looking at is accurate. The next thing that we're going to discuss are peer-to-peer networks. So in a peer-to-peer network, the peers are essentially computer systems, which are connected to each other via the internet. So items can be shared directly between systems on the network without the need of a central server. So in other words, each computer on a peer-to-peer network becomes a server as well as the client. This is super useful when you're talking about no single point. It creates like no single points of failure. And it also is really helpful in resource sharing. So if you're starting to think about this in terms of the base of the future, you can really start understanding that instead of having a weak point that's going to be where everything is, like I know that in the corporate world, when we're looking at storing data, right, we're always looking at being able to store data on like secure servers to have backups of backups to make sure all of our customer data is, you know, saved for 10 years, 20 years, whatever we need to do. And a lot of times we're using, you know, we're outsourcing the data to these big server farms, and they're doing things like putting them in these bomb-proof buildings and all of this stuff because it creates a single point of failure that if someone was able to say, take that down, then, you know, everything else goes down around it. So the idea of creating a peer-to-peer network is the idea of being able to not have a single point of failure because things live in several places and you don't know what lives in each place, right? It can be randomized, so nothing can be targeted specifically. And also if one thing goes down, the rest of it is not connected. So ordering. Ordering is also known as consensus. And it's only needed if you don't have a single trusted party to decide what order transactions happen in. So for example, it's really useful to a large number of entities to agree upon the exact order in which operations occurred without trust. So if you think of this in a banking system, it's, you know, this money was transferred over here and this money was transferred over here in this order. Usually there's a third party or an accountant or something that's going to be verifying that data. But in this sense, you can use the way the order is and the fact that that order can't be changed to make sure that that's the case. If you have several different systems deployed, you have a consensus algorithm to help decide which system takes over in the event of failure as well. So it's also really helpful there. And this is something that could be very helpful when looking at the base of the future, because basically it's helping you prioritize. You can set an automated prioritizing for what systems take over in the event of a failure. And we call that load balancing. So encryption. Encryption is an integral part of the inner workings of blockchain technology. It makes data readable by only the intended parties and the sender and the receiver and nobody in between. And all non-trivial computer systems nowadays use at least some kind of encryption, as privacy and data access control being basic human rights. So this one's super familiar to you guys. It's useful in storing any sensitive data and only allowing intended parties to read, and protecting the data traveling between parties. So as you can imagine, I'm sure that a lot of these things were actually quite familiar to you. And the reason that they created blockchain was the way that these things work together in order to create an immutable chain of transactions that allowed people to exchange money and create a new system of money with trust, right? So they were using hashing to be able to, and asymmetric keys to pass the data. They were encrypting that data. It was immutable because the way that they were ordering the data on a chain was and that chain was then sent to several different peer computers that all had the same chain. So they had the same ledger to look at, made it immutable. And all these different pieces together is what you guys know of as Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, and blockchain. So let's talk quickly about how we can start seeing these things used in other cases. Well, we're already seeing them used in a lot of things. There's these things called private permission blockchains, and they use 4 components of what we just went over. They use asymmetric keys, encryption, hashing, and immutability. For things like version control, we use this all the time when we're developing software technology or in enterprise document management, which you guys will see a lot when you have all of your procedures and things that can start being standardized in a digital way. You're using asymmetric keys, encryption, hashing, and immutability. In media delivery, all of you watch YouTube, they're using encryption over P2P networks, and they're using some immutability when tracking, when they do a lot of the social stuff. Supply chain, this is something that I know you guys have already started digging into a lot in AFWERX, of the tracking and verifying location of items. And that you're really digging into asymmetric keys and immutability. And in a lot of cases, we're starting to see opportunities for hashing as well, as you guys are starting to prove out ways to put, physical chips that can be tracked in a specific immutable order in items as well. So when you think about blockchain, don't think of it as it has to be this thing that applies to money being transferred here and here. Instead, think of it as, these are things that you're familiar with, they're terms that you're familiar with, and you can start understanding how you can have viable use cases that can help increase the security and automation of everything that you guys are envisioning towards a base of the future. So you can look at stuff like verifying documents with hashing, transparent tracking of money orders. Things that we definitely don't want to do are storing actual documents or large amounts of data in the things that you're doing. We want to make sure we're using hashing for that stuff. Other things that could be like really cool when you're looking at being able to do things, you've heard a lot of stuff about people trying to use, crypto or blockchain for government elections. Like, we are not anywhere close to that. However, we are quite close to being able to have an enclosed community that can do decision-making in large organizations like DAOs. And this is something that like the government could take a really close look at, because you can validate and make sure that everybody that based on their credentials, who they are, which takes away a lot of the issues around public polling. But it could allow you guys to have a way to make decision-making where everyone gets a touch point. It's more automated, it's very secure, and it really allows everyone's input from government organizations. So think about things like sending money overseas. So if you guys are looking to help out your troops or you need to get money quickly into something, you can have no transaction fees or bank hours, and you can use some of these blockchain technologies to be able to get money there instantly. Same thing with like document timestamping. So putting a document on an immutable ledger. I'm sure there's a lot of things that need to be tracked when things are off base to get it back to base to make sure that things are recorded properly and in a secure way. Same thing with financial ledgers. So to track payments or donations or relief funds, right? To be able to provide relief funds very quickly, instantaneously, in a way that can be used and tracked so that later people can go back and understand, you know, where that money went, how it was tracked, as opposed to just saying we're going to put, you know, 15 million to this relief and you guys don't know where it went or the impact it had. So there's so many exciting ways that you guys can do this. So what I'm going to leave you with, because I do think I'm running a minute over time and I do apologize, is a couple quick considerations for you guys to think about. And as you guys are looking at a lot of these other presentations that are coming through, they're going to be talking about exciting topics. And I guarantee a lot of these topics are going to have pieces and components of this stuff in it. And so you can start thinking, how can we, you know, how can we get more security and more automation in these ideas that we're having based on what I've been fed earlier in the day here. So the considerations, size of data, always huge consideration. You want to make sure you're not trying to put all of the data on something. You only need to hash it. You only need to do that to create an immutable thing. And that's going to make everything, all of your systems faster, more agile, easier to get it from one place to another. Also, you want to be careful when conforming to existing data standards in both terms of structure and transport for sharing information that could prove to be like an initial hurdle. So you guys have a ton of existing data standards or the way things have been set up in your systems. So you want to make sure that there's a lot of understanding that when you're doing a lot of those new exciting technologies or things that you want to bring in, what's that going to look like in being able to merge or conform to what's already existing. And then understanding the clear regulatory frameworks that really need to be defined for the implementation of agreements and as digital smart contracts. So really like making sure that anybody that's being brought into the discussion around security and automation is also, you're also going to be looking for those people that are building those processes. Like if you're putting, you know, some of your standard operating procedures on a framework, you want those people that are doing the standard operating procedures to have input on how they're working in the process that's happening before the technology piece of how it's going to be delivered to them gets put in place. So making sure really all parties are at the table. So that's all I have for you. This topic is super interesting to me. I'll be available on Slack, and I really look forward to hearing the rest of the day and the exciting innovations for the base of the future. Thank you.
Blockchain has become such a buzzword. It's so great to hear from someone who knows what they're talking about. Stay close. We'll be back right after this.
Whoa! Whoa! You're Elvis.
Well, yeah, more or less.
King.
Come on, man. Let's go. Let's get that theme song going. Let's get some theme music. Space flight, gonna have a space flight. Hey! Combat wing, combat wing, combat wing, combat wing. Oh. You ain't nothing but an airplane, flying all the time. You ain't nothing but an airplane, flying all the time. Well, you ain't never led a squadron, you ain't no friend of mine. Go, baby.
Man, that song is going to be stuck in my head like all week.
It's only to be expected when you have Elvis as your receptionist.
I didn't expect to be having this much fun this week, I'll tell you that.
Oh, that's because you ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. Woo, you ain't nothing but a hound dog.
Josh, we need some sideburns in here pronto.
Ooh,
we found an Elvis replacement.
I always thought I'd look good in sideburns. What do you think?
You're hired. It's great. Shall we move on?
Let's do it.
All right. As you all know, we're all gathered here today to discuss the base of the future, To guide our work, we identified 6 key areas that will be instrumental to this base of the future, and we call these the critical 6. Here's a little video to illustrate the first of these challenges, base security.
Security and military installations go hand in hand. Base security and defense is one of 6 challenges related to the Base of the Future initiative, and we seek solutions that will increase the effectiveness of base security and defense. Security is the ability to identify threats, understand their intent or purpose, choose the appropriate type of response, and execute that response to deter or neutralize the threat. As the Air Force builds new facilities and modernizes existing installations, we have the opportunity to examine and improve the existing security and defense systems that protect the people and critical resources they house. This challenge is focused on Air Force protecting installations from potential threats such as unauthorized or attempted illegal entry, active shooters, explosives, cyber risks, and many others. There are no one-size-fits-all security solutions for cyber, ground, air, or sea threats. The Air Force and AFWERX recognize this and seek comprehensive base security solutions and critical component technologies to ensure the security of the base of the future.
Bases have evolved now where they become active parts of their community. And because of this, it's important that the base of the future is seen as an opportunity to become more than just a building or a set of buildings on a piece of property. But now we want to take that a step further, and we want to consider how will humans interact with the base at large, not just the people who are on the base, but the people surrounding the base. People have to come on and off the base or support the base in some way. So the challenge is, how do you create an ability for someone to enter or leave a base without even noticing the security? A base is a very dynamic organism with many moving components. How do we get them all to work together safely and securely?
We ran the Base Security and Defense Challenge on March 9th. We had almost 500 submissions for it, and we are proud to say that we've invited 95 of those submissions to participate in the Base of the Future Showcase. They're all having private pitches with the government. They're also available for attendees to visit in their exhibitor showcase.
Now, obviously, base security is a critical component of any future base. To help us break down what that means, we have assembled a panel of some of the most impressive experts in the arena, from the private sector to the military. We've got the founder and CEO of Infiltron, the vice president of security at MGM, the manager of security for the Air Force, and more. And it's being led by my wonderful co-host, John Flynn. But we are overachievers. So why give one option when you can have 3? Going the same time, we also have panels on innovations in base defense and the future of base security. For how to access these panels, head on over to AFWERXfusion.com. Once again, AFWERXfusion.com. Can't choose? It's all good. We've got you covered. All of our programming will be on our YouTube channel after the event. So now to introduce our panelists live from somewhere else in this hub, welcome back, John Flynn.
All right, thank you very much, Krista. I'm just around the cul-de-sac here with this fantastic security panel titled Defending Installations from Next Generation Threats. And these are experts in their trade, experts in their craft. We got Chastity Wright. She's the founder and CTO of Infiltron Software Suite. Thank you, Chastity. We've got Lieutenant Colonel David Watts. He's the Director of Technologies Integration and User Rep at the Air Force Lifecycle Management Center. Been with the Air Force for over 25 years. Colonel Watts, thank you for joining us. We got Deidre Fike. Deidre is the Vice President of Security Investigations at MGM Resorts International. She was also the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Los Angeles Field Office, and she was Special Agent in charge for the Alaska Field Office for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Deidre, thank you for joining us. And finally, Chief Master Sergeant Todd Bourne, Security Forces Manager at the 432nd Security Forces Squadron here at Creech Air Force Base, where he leads almost 200 airmen in the base defense for Creech. So Chief Bourne, thank you so much for joining us today. So you've heard a lot about Base of the Future. We just heard our Assistant Secretary talk about so many of the different security measures that we need to be thinking about for the next 20 years, but he also talked about a lot of threats. And so let's start off there. I'll turn it over to you first, Deidre. When we think about some of the big global threats that are out there that we need to take into consideration today, but also 2035, 2040, what are some things that come to mind?
Yeah, thank you, John, for including me in this. And I want to start out by just thanking my fellow panelists and everybody out there. Thank you for your sacrifices and for your service to our country as well. So I go back to my old days in the FBI when I think about our global threat, but also now in the private sector, how that impacts everything that we do with our global footprint and technology and the environment that we live in today compared to the years past. For example, look at us working remotely here, how you can have a conference with participants around the country. There's really no longer boundaries in our ability to connect, or that means for our enemies to access our information as well. So we talk a lot about perimeter security. What does that mean with fences, gates, access control? But we also have to apply that same vision to our infrastructure and looking at how to protect our resources. So when we talk about national security, there's really no jurisdictional boundaries. And when it comes to the China threat, which we all consider one of our most significant threats, there's really two groups. One group that's been hacked by the Chinese government and one group that doesn't know that they've been hacked by the Chinese government. Because anymore, it's not really about who's going to be the next victim, but how many times you'll be victimized and how bad it will be. And what we know is that the Chinese government is strategic. They have 5-year plans. They look at our technology, and they think if you're in an organization that isn't thinking about the same way that our adversaries do, then we're behind the curve before we even get started. China's strategic goals include modernizing its military, infiltrating our technology, innovation and economic growth. And they actually have a China 2025 plan that includes 10 domestic security industries that are targeting technology and aerospace equipment. So for us to be successful, we have to continue to work together in the public and private sector, share information, provide joint solutions, and identify and be proactive to the threat that's facing us.
Yeah, that's good insights, Deidre. Thank you very much. You mentioned China, and over to you, Chassie. The Assistant Secretary mentioned, he said, looking out for threats that destroy the power system. So I come over to you, I say, how about from your world? When you look at cyber, we just heard from a CEO of a blockchain company. You got ongoing hacks in our systems, our aircrafts, our infrastructure. My dad's MySpace account from way back when, right? All of our systems are getting hacked. Scare us, please.
So with the introduction of 5G to the smart base projects that are getting ready to roll out, we want to make sure one of the upcoming threats, futuristic threats, is the sensors that are going to be introduced to the base. What we're seeing in places like China, as mentioned, Ukraine is now another country that's cropping up, that's coming hard on the cyber warfare front. We're seeing espionage groups grow out of China, Russia, and Ukraine very heavily. And some of the issues that pop up as far as attacks are on the, like you said, the energy system. You have places that depend on electricity to make systems work, right? And what we've seen in places like Detroit or in the Midwest, when the grid went down, sewage spewed back into the water resources. So, you know, you're looking at people like at Robins Air Force Base, they have a civil engineering group down there that they take care of the base's water treatment plant. Just, you know, for example, if someone was able to get into or hack into that grid down at Robins Air Force Base, we're looking at an issue like sewage of drinking water, you know, being a part of the drinking water system, and we not being able to do anything about it because the hackers have taken over the sensors. So it's things like that that we want to be prepared for and be proactive about protecting those sensors and the innovative technologies that we're going to introduce to a more legacy-based military installation setting.
Yeah, that's really good, Chassie. And Colonel Watts, I'm gonna come to you here in just a second. Let me go to Chief Bourne for a second and bring it down. Let's look at the base level, because another threat that obviously the umbrella of COVID, and it could be something that falls within security someday, because we're hearing the term health and safety, but now we're hearing the term health, safety, and security. So is that something that could potentially fall within your scope, or maybe what's your biggest takeaway as you're still trying to lead airmen through this unprecedented time? what's been your biggest takeaway for the last 5 to 6 months?
So health, safety, and security has definitely been a part of force protection for some time now. Our threat working group, our Intel Fusion stuff, we do look at medical intelligence, and we were getting ahead of kind of putting together courses of action and stuff to counter COVID while minimizing the risk of exposure and maximizing, kind of our security footprint. We leaned on some of the technologies that are out there as far as defense biometrics, but that comes also with a cost of you're trusting a system versus a human being, and so that risk is something that definitely is kind of in the minds of our commanders.
Yeah, so we got the cyber piece, we got the physical security piece, we got a lot of things that Deidre talked about. Obviously, the pandemic, the health, safety, and security side. So Colonel Watts, let's shift a little bit and start looking at some of the biggest challenges we face in preparing for the threats for today, but also the next generation threats. And that's something you've been doing. A couple of things that Colonel Watts gets to do behind the scenes is on the technological integration and looking at some of these great inventions and great innovation that's happening that we can or cannot use. And we'll get into that here in a second. But you've heard a lot about each of these different verticals, but we're at a point in time now where it all overlays, doesn't it? I mean, how have those relationships changed over the last 25 years? And can you talk about the importance of integration for the next 25?
Sure, convergence is a big thing, right? So we talked about some of the specific threats and threat actors, and I'll introduce some thoughts on characteristics for next generation threats, some of which is already here now. But I think we're facing pervasive, insidious, dynamic, rapidly evolving threats that'll come at us in multiple ways and means that cross domains and take advantage of some of the seams and gaps that we have between security disciplines and between our systems and information systems as well. They might be overt attacks that come at us really fast and overwhelm our systems and processes and break our OODA loop, or they might come at us, like Deidre mentioned, really slowly and lightly and over the course of years, and we don't ever even know that we got attacked or what we might have lost in it. So those are some of the characteristics I think that are important in next generation threats. When we talk about solutions, the next generation technologies that we need to face those threats, we need the ability to constantly monitor the security environment across all domains, security domains and otherwise, in a holistic way. We need to be able to continuously and maybe even autonomously assess the risk as it evolves. And then we need to be able to proactively, predictively manage those security risks, detecting and responding to threats in real time or near real time. Because if we can't act in real time or near real time, then we're already way behind. And that's where I think some of these groundbreaking technologies that we're talking about come into play.
Yeah, that's really good insight. The secretary brought that up. He brought up data and automation. I'm going to turn it over to you here, Chassie, in just a second. As we look at that and we hear robotics, AI, machine learning. There comes a point in time where a lot of this, we're already going to the digital automated side, right? You've got airmen that are being equipped with some of this. We're trying to digitize them, and wouldn't be surprised if the topic of multifunction airmen is on our new chief of staff's list of things that he's going to focus on. But when you think about that, there's still a lot of challenges there. You've got these legacy systems and you got these new systems. You got to plug them all in together. You can't just stop the plane from flying mid-flight, right? So you mind giving us some insights on that and how you think about that from a technology perspective?
Well, from a technology perspective, it's all about strategy. It's all about understanding what the legacy system provided during its time and actually sitting down with the end users and the people, the Air Force people that are going to use the newer innovative technologies for the new system and training them, educating them, empowering them with information on how to utilize the newer innovations with AI and blockchain and machine learning and robots. I can definitely see robots being used by an agency like DLA to kind of turn it into an Amazon fulfillment type situation, which in turn turns it into an industrial IoT ecosystem. So the main thing is to make sure that you empower the people that are going to use this new system as much as possible. So training is at the top of the list for sure, and just coming in with a collaborative mindset on both sides of the table.
Yeah, that's a good point on the training side. What about on the equipment side? How do you feel like as a service, because you have companies that are going through digital transformation? Those companies that do it well are the ones that continue to succeed and flourish. Those that do not are the ones that are left behind. Where would you say that we are at as an Air Force right now?
As an Air Force, I say we're pre-gold rush. Because at the minimum, the Air Force is aware of these technologies, and they're also aware that how these technologies will accelerate them in the technology space to help, increase defense across systems, across domains, for the aircraft, for the personnel as they're entering a base or a military installation through facial recognition. So, it's going to be a lot of testing and a lot of R&D involved here, right? It starts there, just understanding, again, like I said previously, understanding the terrain as it is now. So when we bring those innovations on the scene with the legacy hardware, we understand it, and we can probably turn around the integration time a little bit faster.
Yeah, that's great. And Chief, this next one is for you, because Chastity did mention our people in her first answer. And so what does this look like? What does this look like for the airmen of the future, 5, 10, 15, 20 years out? And then is that going to change the airmen that you recruit when you bring them into force protection, you bring them into security forces?
So I think the airmen will be fully integrated with the technologies that are out there. We'll have common operating pictures. They'll be equipped with some type of smart device that is integrated into, the sensors assigned to their weapons, their vehicles, cameras, sensors across the base, everything to this, this single platform. As far as kind of are these airmen ready to integrate these technologies in their daily job? I would say yes. The airmen are ready for this. The question really is my generation ready to teach them how to integrate these technologies? We grew up as technologies were being introduced, where the airmen of today and the airmen of tomorrow are going to come up, where these technologies were interwoven in their daily lives. So for them, it's not going to change who we recruit. It's not going to change, kind of how we go about our business as far as security goes. This is going to be, integrating those technologies, and then, as Chastity said, empowering the airmen to go forward and use them.
Yeah, that's great, and I think it's critically important that we are all integrated in that respect, because I know I can use that training as well. Let's turn to a couple of questions about the decision makers and the leaders that are out there, and I'll turn this over to Deidre and Colonel Watts for this one. How is data and more real-time information, how's that going to change the information flow that comes into decision makers? And are we seeing this transition where we're going to have dashboards in the future, and you've got your commanders that are going to be able to make these decisions real time? Are the decisions going to be made for him or her, or is it going to be sort of an integration of both?
Yeah, and if I can, I just wanted to add on to what the chief was talking about as well, that we combine this experience and knowledge with our leadership, with the young people that are coming in that are used to growing up with technology. And late in my career, I realized I needed a millennial mentor, and brought a team together to really talk about how do we advance and use data and that technology to drive us. And in my position now, I oversee our Global Security Operations Center, where we track all of our incidents and daily reports. And we sit on a lot of data that is used for a daily use to drive decisions tactically. But what we're doing now is developing BI dashboards and looking at how do we take that data, how do we inform, how do we identify trends, and how do we react to that? And how do I put together reports that I can provide to my leaders that'll help them make the right decisions to mitigate the risk for our organization? So I think that we have to constantly be ahead of that and use that data to make those decisions that help us in the future, not just looking at what's happened in the past and how to react to that.
No, thanks for that, Deidre. And I know for MGM, we have a lot of arenas, right? We have a lot of ticketed events. So providing that security perimeter is something that you have to do on a day-to-day basis. So there's a lot of overlay between industry and what we're doing here at AFWERX and the Air Force. Colonel Watson, do you care to comment on that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we throw around that term COP, a common operating picture, quite a bit. And years ago, that meant people in multiple places are looking at the same map, the same screen, and the dots on the map. And now I think we've come to a place with technology that's almost an obsolete concept. Now it's more about getting the right information to the right people wherever they are in a timely manner. And we have the ability to package that up, to fit that user, whoever that user happens to be, whether it's the airman with a phone or a tablet that's in the middle of doing the mission, or in an operations center at the installation, or at a major command level, or even a global level like Deidre was saying. And some of the work that Kessel Run's doing, some of the work with projects like JADC2 are just incredible and show the potential of that ability to package up information in a useful way for the specific individuals that need to use it at that time.
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought that up. And let's transition to the last 5 or so minutes of our conversation here, because obviously, so we've scared everybody, right? I want some salient solutions, like give us some hope, a light at the end of the tunnel. Colonel Watts, I'll stay with you on this because you've been behind the scenes assessing some of the submissions for this challenge. I've seen some of them. I'm pretty optimistic. How about you? What's been going on?
Oh, it's been a fantastic experience. It's really opened my eyes to the potential and the innovation in the defense innovations ecosystem as a whole. But it was really encouraging to see, hundreds and hundreds of submissions just coming in to the Base Security and Defense Challenge event. Not to mention the over 1,000 of other submissions for Base of the Future. So that was encouraging. They're game-changing technologies, things that we've thought about before but didn't know how to get to, offered solutions, and then things that we've never even imagined before surfaced as potential viable solutions. Whether we're talking about some of the information systems, how to integrate technologies and systems, communications technologies, and how to get away from having a push-to-talk radio network, and that was the only option that we had that sometimes worked and sometimes didn't, to a place where we can have secure, resilient communications wherever we are in the world. User interface solutions like we just talked about, how to get better command control communications at the user level and at all levels. AI, decision support and operations center, automation, robotics, unmanned systems, access control, biometrics, and I could probably go on for hours. I know we don't have that time.
No, but we could go on for hours. I would love to do that. But the next, I know salient solutions, we've heard a lot about biometrics. It's been brought up already a couple of times today. I think through 15 years ago, if you told me to put my thumbprint in a phone or to get my retinal scan to clear, I would have said, no way. But now everyone's doing it. Millions of people are doing it. They want their iPhones. They want to be able to have that access. So Chassie, to you, what's changed? Why have people become more comfortable sharing their data?
Convenience. Smart devices provide convenience. Smartphones allow you access fairly quickly. The PCs and laptops are smarter now. They move quicker. Our internet access and connectivity is faster. So versus me having to dial in or tap in a 4 or 6 digit PIN number to get into an iPhone, I can just put my face to it and boom, I'm in. So, it's the convenience of the technology. They're willing to trade that off, so to speak, for the utilization of a smart device.
And Deidre, I know you did a lot of this investigations with the FBI. So from that data protection individual perspective, how do you balance needs of the investigative side with the security side while also protecting privacy concerns?
Right, and that's a big challenge. And I think that we find ways to overcome that through our trust and relationships, working with the public and private sector together. But for instance, the convenience is wonderful. I love it. I don't have to look for my passwords. I think everybody wants that convenience. But also, you have to look at what do we need from a law enforcement perspective if we're looking at a criminal investigation, if we have a national security threat. And arriving in Los Angeles shortly after the San Bernardino shootings, it became evident that we were having difficulty getting into the iPhone of one of the subjects who was killed in a shootout with the police. And we didn't know if there were other individuals involved. We didn't know what we would find. And the telephone companies, Apple had created actually a system where they did protect and they valued the privacy of individuals, and even they couldn't get into that data. Ultimately, it was going to court, and just before the hearing, there was a solution when a third party was able to find out how to get into that phone and access the data. What would have happened if we would have continued to try it through our normal means is after 10 failed attempts, the data would have all been eliminated. Now we look at the biometrics. We see cases where they're actually using a deceased person's fingerprint to try to get into a telephone for evidence and information. And we found that that doesn't always work. There's a limit on what you can apply toward that. But I think the important part of that, and I know these discussions are ongoing, is that there has to be trust, there has to be oversight, and there has to be a lawful process that allows law enforcement to justify going into somebody's data for the purposes of national security or in furtherance of a criminal investigation. And that's going to happen just through constant communications, partnerships between the private sector and our government agencies.
Yeah, I see Chastity nodding her head over there. We do have to protect that data. And I want to come over to you, Chief Bourne, real quick. We got about 2 minutes left. Biometrics on bases. Is there going to be a time and date when I just drive right through the base and I do not have to show my ID?
So I think we're moving, to that point in time. COVID has definitely accelerated that, giving us the ability to do some live scanning at the gates, license plate readers, facial recognition, data analysis. These are all technologies that exist and could be used in base security practices and could definitely, get us to that point of, taking defenders off the front line and allowing us to be more in a response kind of capacity versus, checking IDs.
Great. Well, I hope so. I don't have to worry about leaving my CAC card anywhere. So we got 1 minute left. So 50-second lightning round to close. Give us more hope. Game-changing security technology that none of us are aware of. I'll start with you, Deidre.
I would say just what we were talking about, being able to find efficiencies through technology that allows us to use artificial intelligence, being able to fill those gaps and find solutions that are more efficient.
Colonel Watts?
So the thing I think people are generally aware of, but one of the most interesting and exciting pieces is that some people coin the phrase humology, the integration of technology with humans, and for our airmen to have like HoloLens and AR, VR, and the power of deep learning and computing on them. They're carrying the technology on their person and using it in real time. I think that's probably one of the bigger, interesting, and game-changing technologies I've seen.
I agree. Over to you, Chief. 10 seconds.
Integration. Got to be able to integrate all the new technologies with the old technologies.
That threads together very well. And I want to close with you, Chastity. What about you?
So taking all of everything that everybody said and doing user behavior analysis and creating cybersecurity training out of that analysis to better increase the posture for the Air Force, the cybersecurity posture.
All right. Thank you so much to my wonderful panel. We've got a lot to do, obviously, on this front, but it sounds like we got the right people in charge and pushing us in the right direction. So thank you for joining us. Krista, back to you in the main hub, and let me know if you want me to pick you up anything on the way back.
Ooh. Yes, John, thank you. I'd love a mango smoothie if you could find one. There is a lot to unpack from that incredible discussion. Thank you to all of our esteemed panelists for joining us. Now, we know this is a virtual conference, so you can obviously get up whenever you like, but we want you to see it all. So we have a little bit of a refueling or defueling break, if you know what I mean. So you can get a cup of tea or coffee and figure out why your kids are screaming. We'll be back in less than 5 minutes. But first, let's hear a message from a special guest.
Hi, I'm Senator Rick Scott. As governor of Florida, I saw firsthand the destruction left behind by multiple devastating hurricanes. Following Hurricane Michael, we worked nonstop to help our panhandle communities recover and help rebuild Tyndall Air Force Base. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's that Florida is resilient. I am proud that Tyndall's incredible success has inspired this year's theme and is leading the way as a base of the future. Our armed forces continue to lead the world in innovation, and I look forward to seeing what we will achieve. I will always fight to make sure our men and women in uniform have everything they need to succeed. Thank you, and best wishes for a very successful event.
Oh,
Way to
there you
deliver,
go.
John Flynn.
Mango smoothie, organic,
Ooh.
gluten-free, fair trade. We even took the peels
Wow.
and put them in our AFWERX compost in the kitchen.
Mm-mm. Really good.
Save me some, would
Okay,
you?
sorry.
I don't want you to get a brain freeze. I can't do this without you.
Okay, I'll slow down.
All right, thank you. Hey, welcome back. Now I want us to talk about the events that precipitated this entire discussion that we were having. To do that, we need to take a look back in time, way back, all the way back a couple years ago to 2018, which quite frankly feels like a whole different world at this point. Let's take a look.
Was a 130-mile-per-hour gust at the Air Force Base just to your east, and that is before the gauge broke. So most likely the winds were much, much higher.
On October 10th, 2018, Hurricane Michael escalated to become the first Category 5 hurricane to make landfall near Mexico Beach in Bay County, Florida. In total, more than 20% of the damage that it created, or more than $6 billion of damage, was directly to the United States Air Force and Tyndall Air Force Base. It was devastating. 375,000 people were evacuated. 1.2 million people were left without power. Families were displaced. Children were unable to return to classes with their friends, Congregations could not gather in houses of worship, firehouses, police stations, entire communities were torn apart or blown away. Out of this destruction came an opportunity. Tyndall Air Force Base has the chance to rethink what it means to rebuild, to prepare a base which is secure, resilient, and appropriately leverages technology while creating and building cultures of innovation into it. The opportunity was greater still than just rebuilding this one base. The challenge that Hurricane Michael presented has become an opportunity to rethink how the United States Air Force and even the larger Department of Defense builds, extends, or repairs its installations worldwide.
Wow, the devastation is heartbreaking, but I love that it's what inspired so many people and businesses to get involved. Our next speaker was there and experienced it firsthand. Let's give a warm welcome to the Honorable John W. Henderson, Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Installations, Environment, and Energy.
Well, hey, thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation to speak today. And thanks to the entire AFWERX Fusion team and the Tyndall Program Management team for your work to make this event happen. It's a real honor to be here virtually with you all today, representing the Department of Air Force to discuss our lessons learned from Hurricane Michael and our efforts to improve installation resiliency for our 173 installations worldwide and over 1,700 sites worldwide. As many of you heard me say before, the Air Force fights from our bases. Therefore, the readiness and resiliency of our installations is a matter of strategic importance to our nation. The Air Force has well-established and effective incident management systems that unifies Air Force programs with interagency, state, and local communities. Installations routinely exercise their installation emergency management plans to ensure that they're prepared to face any threat. And this was demonstrated at Tyndall Air Force Base, where in a span of 2 days, the Hurricane Michael grew from a Category 2 hurricane with no sites on the installation to a Category 5 barreling directly toward the base. And due to their preparedness and effective implementation of their emergency management plans, Tyndall Air Force Base successfully evacuated all mission-capable aircraft, military members, and their families in less than 48 hours. The result? No loss of life and no loss of aircraft. So what can we learn from all of this? The Air Force has invested significant effort to assess, study, and share lessons learned from Hurricane Michael for the benefit of all of our installations. Last year, the Air Force completed a severe weather readiness assessment, which looked at severe weather in the same manner that we look at all threats to our mission. We also published a document called, coincidentally, Air Force Lessons Learned from Hurricane Michael. These assessment teams took a threat-based, readiness-centric approach to analyze how we are postured to respond and recover from severe weather events. These assessments resulted in well over 100 enterprise-wide recommendations to improve our readiness and resiliency. And while we certainly don't have time today to go very deep into either one of these publications, I just want to hit a few highlights and just acknowledge the great work by the team of teams who made these documents possible. So the doctrine in which we combat severe weather and combat severe weather threats is really no different than how we would combat a conventional adversary. We have to understand the adversary through intelligence, indications, and warnings. And then based on what we see and know, we have to maneuver against it, and in this case, defend against it. Our most powerful tools to defend the base are extensive planning, exercises, posturing, and making risk-informed resourcing decisions before the storm that balance operations with these types of contingency plans. And through our assessments, we found that the U.S. Air Force Weather Enterprise was very effective in providing our commanders decision quality weather information. And recommendations here generally centered around improving our formal relationships with NOAA and the National Weather Service, and continuing to the use of probability forecasts to support our operational commanders around the globe. This information helps commanders decide which threats require the most attention and guides follow-on actions based on predicted impacts to their mission. Now, in response to these indications and warnings, we must also have solid hurricane readiness plans in place that include annual exercises which fully stress emergency management, continuity of operations, hurricane evacuation drills, primary, alternate, and emergency communications platforms, and sheltering plans. All of this are absolutely vital to our success. These plans must be logistics informed, with contingency stocks either on hand or with assured supply chains intact to ensure that the evacuation of personnel and aircraft, to ensure the evacuation of personnel and aircraft and to sustain contingency operations beyond that. Critical personnel and equipment should be identified as part of the ride-out teams so that immediate security and response actions are functioning once the storm passes. And finally, processes to support military and civilian personnel who are required to evacuate must be well-defined and rehearsed at the base level. Our plans must also be risk-informed, and the risk mitigations in this case really have to happen well, before the storm season to ensure that our plans can be successful. And while most of this falls into the category of ensuring resilient infrastructure, there are also a couple key actions we can take during the higher risk seasons of the year to improve our readiness to respond to these threats. One of our key infrastructure findings was that we need to have dedicated, protected, hardened emergency operations centers with redundant power and communications, which allow commanders and their teams to safely ride out the storm and perform the critical command and control functions necessary to fight the base. Our EOCs need to have connectivity with joint and interagency response networks to ensure that commanders have a common operating picture of what's going on outside the wire and can integrate into unified response efforts. We must also ensure continual access to and prevent the loss of key maintenance information system data and essential command and control data in order to effectively manage response and recovery. So in this case, hardened architecture forward combined with cloud-based data processing and backup storage is key to this. Equipment and aircraft dispersal needs to happen at a deliberate, well-defined decision points and on a timeline that still allows our airmen the opportunity to safeguard and evacuate their families. And as we move to protect our aircraft, critical equipment, and essential personnel, sheltering areas have to be designed and built to provide the protection needed. Now, not every facility has to be hardened, but we need to identify the critical few that do as part of our master planning efforts. These sheltering areas may not even be a building or facility at all. They may just be an area on the base that protects equipment from wind and debris. Inspections for existing infrastructure need to happen on a recurring 5-year basis as a minimum to ensure that we understand what the updated conditions of those facilities are to inform risk mitigation measures, infrastructure investment, and our contingency plans. We should not, in any case, be putting airmen, weapon systems, and critical equipment into buildings that do not have the structural integrity to protect it. Facility resilience degrades over time, clearly. And it especially degrades when adequate funding is not available to properly maintain these facilities. Also, missions and weapon systems change, and we need to update and revalidate our risk assessments as these missions and weapon systems change, because sometimes even a low probability presents an unacceptable risk. Components and cladding need to be inspected by licensed professional engineers. We saw the snow globe effect, so to speak, inside of several of our facilities because the components and cladding was damaged or unserviceable from previous storms or just plain lack of maintenance. This created weak spots in the building envelope that progressed to more extensive damage. And along these same lines, sunshades also received special attention in our reviews. Sunshades are not shelters and present a high risk during high wind events to aircraft, personnel, and equipment, as they become a significant source of flying debris. Also, our facility design requirements need to ensure that we're using water, mold, and mildew resistant materials for facility floors and walls. Additionally, design criteria should also account for the placement of mechanical and electrical equipment in a survivable area based on the most prominent threat for each region. And one recommendation that we've already implemented with regard to facility design standards was to establish a new design flood elevation at Tyndall Air Force Base. We're also incorporating the best practices in Florida's high velocity hurricane zone for new wind resilient construction. Hurricane Michael reinforced for us that life cycle asset management proactive maintenance procedures, and a well-resourced infrastructure investment strategy are absolutely critical to our installations to ensure that they're fully prepared to face a full spectrum of threats. And to this end, the Air Force Infrastructure Investment Strategy, which was approved last year, sets the stage for stable installation funding and allows us to proactively invest at the lowest cost point in a facility's life cycle, and therefore freeing up essential funds to address the backlog of other maintenance work. The Infrastructure Investment Strategy provides a feasible remedy to restore the resiliency of our infrastructure at all of our bases and reduce the risk of damage from storms like Hurricane Michael. In addition to infrastructure readiness, other critical activities that we can take prior to the storm include ensuring our maintenance, facilities, utilities, privatized housing, and communications contractors are built into our planning, our posturing, our emergency response, and our recovery plans. Over the years, we've built robust relationships with the community and with our private sector partners, and we cannot do any of this without them. They have to be fully integrated. And with regard to family housing, we do need to look at new ways to improve the resilience for family housing through hardening measures, evacuation plans, and recovery procedures. Also, we need to conduct a catastrophic event, financial stress test, if you will, with our project owners and their insurance companies to ensure that any potential issues with the claims process are resolved prior to filing a catastrophic claim. Our last focus area was recovery. Recovery planning is essential to preserve life and restore core mission capabilities as soon as possible. And delays after the storm with regard to recovery operations could exponentially increase damages, costs, and risk to our mission. Our recovery plans need to account for the critical capabilities needed immediately after the storm and implement actions which afford them the greatest chance of survival. Power and communications are the two most important capabilities overall to support operations and to reestablish the capabilities required to defend and open an airfield. Additionally, basic life support functions need to be in place as soon as possible to support our first responders. And we are better together. We need to continue increased integration with surrounding communities, private sector partners, and interagency teammates like FEMA, NOAA, and the National Weather Service during the recovery phase. This includes incorporating them into our plans and exercises, and vice versa. Hurricane Michael also demonstrated the great military value that our bases gain by, with, and through these types of mutually supporting relationships. You might ask yourself, why would we spend $3 billion to rebuild an Air Force base in a hurricane-prone area in the first place? It's because our airmen have immediate access to the airspace and ranges necessary to train and win our nation's wars. And the airspace and ranges around Tyndall Air Force Base are unique, and they are a national treasure. Air Force access to these ranges and airspace is not by accident. We only get it and maintain it through powerful partnerships with our federal, state, and local teammates and communities. So the huge amount of support that we receive from the Bay Area surrounding Tyndall Air Force Base is of intrinsic military value in and of itself. And frankly, in stark contrast to other locations where we operate, where it's extremely difficult for the Air Force to train the next generation of warfighters due to unchecked encroachment, increased land use restrictions, and a reticence for any type of modernization or expansion. And finally, we found that our military only succeeds when our units are led by committed, competent, empowered leaders of character. This is not something we can just turn on and off as our leaders rotate in and out of command. It only comes through years of experience, education, and professional development within a culture and ethic dedicated to creating the best leaders in the world. So kudos to the leadership at Tyndall Air Force Base and to all those leaders who stepped in to support them before and after the storm. We couldn't do any of this without you. To summarize, this isn't our first rodeo. We have taken significant action over the years to capture lessons learned, adapt, and improve our readiness based on lessons learned from previous severe weather events. An example of this is what we refer to as the Isabel effect. In 2003, Hurricane Isabel hit Langley Air Force Base, resulting in $146 million in damage and a 4-day runway closure. Through targeted investments and updated preparation procedures, the Air Force significantly improved Langley's hurricane posture so that, 11 years later, when Hurricane Irene hit the base with even greater force than Hurricane Isabel, it only caused $1.5 million in damage, with personnel able to reopen the runway in less than a day. Which brings me to the essence of why we're all here today. What should we be doing right now, based on these lessons learned from Hurricane Michael, to improve the resiliency to the types of weather threats that we see in this region? And that's where we're asking for your help, for your expertise, your experience, your good ideas, and your partnership. And while the installations portfolio will most certainly see constrained funding going into the future, we have a unique opportunity here with Tyndall Air Force Base and arguably Offutt Air Force Base, thanks to the tremendous support from the administration and Congress working together to provide the necessary funding to create the conditions for a future Hurricane Michael effect, so to speak. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you for your continued partnership, and thank you for your support for our air and space professionals.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. It is a pleasure having you here with us today.
And that concludes our first session. I hope you had as much fun as I did. Please stay with us, though, because the fun is just getting started. We have about half an hour until our afternoon session picks up. But in the meantime, we want to invite you to participate in one of our networking sessions. If you look below at our schedule, which you can also find on AFWERXfusion.com, that's AFWERX fusion.com. Click on the links to access our networking sessions along with a whole host of different workshops. We're going to be showing you one of our workshops entitled AFWERX for Teams that is being led by some of our AFWERX rock stars. But there are also sessions on how startups can grow faster with alternative financing, enhancing COVID and overall base resiliency via simple HVAC systems, emergency pandemic care, and Peak Mindful presents mental wellness and neurology. You'll find the links just below the live stream at AFWERXfusion.com.
Wow, I want to see all of them. How do I do that?
Well, isn't there a way that you can see the ones you missed?
Why, yes, there is, Krista. Thank you for the reminder. In fact, subscribe to the AFWERX YouTube channel, and you can see all of this incredible content as it's released. So for now, find the session that interests you, hop in, and get to know each other. By the way, tell everyone how much fun you're having at this virtual conference. Maybe grab a bite to eat right now, let the dog out, let the dog back in, and just a pro tip, make sure if you're going to be participating in a networking session or workshop that you mute your YouTube audio to avoid an echo.
Echo, echo, echo.
We're almost done. We're almost done. Thank you, Krista. And by the way, come back and join us in 30 minutes at 2:30 Eastern Time for you're gonna hear from Lorraine Powell Jobs, Rose McKinney-James, and President and co-founder of Vista Equity Partners, Brian Schiff. We'll see you in 30 minutes.
Government entity is able to go and procure your solution or do further research and development with you without having to recompete, which can make it a lot easier on the government folks who are trying to work with you. So in a way, that becomes your hunting license to sell more efficiently throughout the government. And that is phase 3. The reality is you don't need to do this phase 2 first. You don't need to do a really big bet. The moment you're in the phase 1 pipeline, you're eligible for that phase 3. So something to have in mind is another benefit to the program. I did talk about the focus areas briefly. So we do this by one single open topic per cycle. So it's a very large topic, and we say anyone with a perceived dual use solution, meaning there's a commercial market as well as a potential defense market, can apply for this program. And that's really good for the push scenario, i.e. you've got a piece of tech and you say, I think someone wants that in the Air Force. But for the pull scenario, where we as Air Force members want to be able to go out to industry and say, hey, we need something, do you have a solution? That's where these focus areas come into play. Right? So we ping throughout the Air Force every round and we say, hey, what solutions are you looking for? Or even better, what problems do you have for which you're willing to be brought solutions? And it results in this numbered list of focus areas, which when the solicitation posts, that's one of those things where you can match up against the focus areas and say, hey, even though I can potentially find a customer during phase 1, if I go into this knowing who my customer might be, or at least that there is a validated need somewhere for my solution, that gives you a leg up. And upon that phase 1 award, you're connected immediately to the sponsors of those focus areas, right? So it's a way for us to put our needs out there and a way for you to be more efficiently connected to your customers and your users inside the Air Force. Some things that are important about getting to phase 2, for those of you that are wondering. One is open dialogue. We encourage the government members to be very open in their conversations with you as the potential providers during the course of phase 1. We actually drive and we encourage you to get all the stakeholders involved early. So in the Air Force and more broadly in the DoD, we have the end user organizations who are conducting the mission, and we have acquisitions organizations who are acquiring the solutions on behalf of those end users. So it's kind of an interesting relationship. And then we have technologists and S&Es inside the labs who are very deeply knowledgeable on these different tech verticals, right? And so we've got these 3 players, and what we say is for any solution to have the highest likelihood of success, try to get those 3 players involved as early as possible. I mentioned that customer memo, which you see on the bottom right there. That is the bar to even be eligible for the phase 2. One of the things you'll notice about this memo is that it requires those parties to be talking to each other and to be involved as early as possible. I also mentioned the colliders. So this is one thing where we recognize that it's hard to find your customer amid so many hundreds of thousands of employees in the Air Force. The Collider event brings together hundreds of solution providers with hundreds of potential customers across many different career fields and tech verticals to try to result in those collisions that lead to deal flow. So there's 1 per cycle as a way to help to grease the skids on finding your Air Force customer. I want to pass it now to Jared to speak briefly on the STTR topic, which is, again, it's one of the big programs that we have coming down the pipe now. Over to you, Jared.
Hey, thanks, Steve, and welcome everybody. Just to build on the great messaging that Steve has put out here just over the last few minutes, the STTR program, which is the Small Business Technology Transfer Program, follows the model that Steve has laid out thus far, and provides all of you guys a great opportunity to jump into the process. And there's a few things we want to touch on specifically here. So first of all, eligibility, right? You have to be a U.S. owned, primarily small business, right? In terms that we use in our small business portfolio, that's less than 500 people, right? So still fairly significant in by most metrics. Number 2, it must be registered, and it must be listed as being able to be awarded U.S. government contracts. That's something that you do by getting a DUNS number and a SAM number as well. Ultimately, number 3, in order to jump into the process, you have to submit a proposal, right? And there's two main pieces of this in terms of the STTR program that you need to satisfy in order to be able to move forward. First of all, you must have an eligible research or nonprofit institution partner that will complete at least 30% of the work plan that you propose. Additionally, the small business must complete at least 40% of that work plan. Certainly, there are more details that go into making a proposal, but those are some kind of non-negotiables that we have to abide by per U.S. statute. So I want to make sure that we highlight those up front. One of the things that I wanted to make sure we bring up as well is that these solicitations are listed on BetaSAM, and we have 2 that will be opening. One is open right now, and the other will be coming up very soon in coordination with the SBIR solicitations as well. So the first of all is the X20D open topic supporting agility prime concept. Those proposals are due on the 10th of August by 2 p.m. If you haven't seen the solicitation for that, you can check out that on BetaSAM, and or you can come join at our AMA Ask Me Anything webinar on 3 August. The link for that will be on the Agility Prime website, which is listed right there later today. And you can also find out much more information about Agility Prime writ large and how STTR is feeding what the technology development in the flying car space in particular. And then secondly, the X20.C open topic, which is really a broad open topic that Steve has mentioned a little earlier. The pre-solicitation for that is scheduled to open on the 25th of August, so later next month, technically, here in just about 3 to 4 weeks. So with that, I will hand it back over to Steve and to Joey, and we'll continue to answer questions in the chat as well. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, really well said, Jared. And that actually spurs another question of what is the eligibility for SBIR? So the same rules around U.S. owned and controlled small business, which is less than 500 employees, including affiliates, so something to consider there as well, applies for SBIR just as it does for STTR. So those, of course, will all be included in the solicitation as they're released, both for X20.C STTR and for 20.3, the SBIR, are going into pre-release on August 25th. Beta SAM does have these solicitations, but also if you just Google or you search for SBIR portal, the first hit will be this DoD SBIR portal. And you can see a link for it there on the application link section. But that has the solicitation as well. And that's ultimately where you're going to need to create an account to be able to apply. So recommend checking that out as well. Joey, did we miss anything big there? Any pile-ons that you have?
No, you guys crushed it. So I appreciate that. We are going to head over to questions. And I think we've answered all of the things in chat. So we would love to have some live Q&A during this. So if you're willing to raise your hand, we'll unmute you and we can have a conversation. Also, we'll continue answering questions in chat. So please put something in there and we're happy to answer. What do you not understand? What do you want to know more about? Throw us the hard questions.
Hi, how's it going? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Great. My question is really about the SBIR program. So my company is currently going through the phase 1 process with the NSF, which I know is technically separate within the government. I'm curious, is it possible / how difficult is it to transfer between government agencies for the SBIR program?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I'll take a stab at it, then Joey and Jared, if you've got anything else. There is a precedent and there is a process for it. It's called a cross-agency transfer, or you'll also hear it called a topic transfer. That said, it's a little bit different from organization to organization. So I can't speak for NSF's policies on this. Within the Air Force side, it ends up just going through a workflow that gets up to our deputy director and the director for Air Force SBIR. But I have heard that it needs to go higher in some cases when you're going from within DoD to outside of DoD or vice versa. So it's hard to say for that particular organization. My recommendation would be to get with your TPOC or your PM for that effort to discuss their specific policies.
Scott, I believe you have a question next.
Hey there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks. I'm familiar with venture and the commercial space and angel investment, but the Air Force SBIRs and STTRs, it's all new to me. So here's a village idiot question from me. Like, what's the difference between an SBIR, STTR? I saw the slides, but just help me out on that one. Thanks.
Yeah, of course. So the high level on SBIR it's the Small Business Innovative Research Program, right? So targeted specifically at small businesses, as we talked about, who are doing innovative research. And so when it comes to, are you creating something new? Are you developing a solution further? This is actually a very broadly mandated program. And the way it works is that all of our overall budget is quote unquote taxed by a certain percentage that says it has to be spent on these small businesses doing innovative research. Part of the beauty of this program is that the funds are undifferentiated from day one. And you'll notice if you try to work elsewhere in the government, in many cases that can be difficult because from day one, the budget is even though it's a lot of money for the whole DoD, it's very specific about what each of those dollars is going to be spent on. Right? Whereas with this budget, it's open from year to year. And we say, we don't know from day one what exactly it's going to go towards. And that gives you some freedom of movement and us some freedom of movement to find things that are really compelling that we didn't know we needed yet and to quickly move on those. And I'll use that as the benchmark. Jared, do you want to talk about some of the key differences between SBIR and STTR?
Sure. No, thanks, Steve. Ultimately, SBIR and STTR both, they're independent programs, but they're very similar. And they're both, they constitute kind of the small business portfolio for Air Force Ventures and the Air Force at large. And some of the major things that to keep in mind in terms of differences is that SBIR, there is a requirement for the technology to be kind of in the commercial space in some way, shape, or form, whether that be just commercially available for purchase or, with getting investment and that kind of thing in the commercial space. For STTR, they can be a completely pre-sales, pre-seed type of concept that you're proposing to the Air Force and the DoD writ large. There are also some differences in the principal investigator and the roles that they can play. Certainly, the requirement for a research institution is in place for STTR, but does not exist for SBIR. So SBIR, small business can come to the government by themselves and propose. In STTR, they must have a research institution to complete at least 30% of that work plan. There are some other kind of nuanced difference in the principal investigator being able to work at that research institution in the case of STTR, and with SBIR, they must work with that small business specifically. So there are other smaller differences, but those are kind of the big rocks.
Awesome. Hey, Steve, we got an interesting question that I would love to discuss. It's from Hugo. Do you provide additional funding opportunities to startup and SMEs for R&D projects after phase 2 that are targeted to specific partnerships with a larger company? So I think his question is coming from the fact that I think he says he works for Airbus in parentheses. So
really good question. So the answer is no, but I want to elaborate on it a little bit. So no, we don't have any programs, at least right now under our purview, that are specifically targeted at encouraging partnerships with large companies and small companies. That said, I think there's a very vital role that large companies can play in this overall phase 2 and beyond process, right? So one of the things I mentioned is both for phase 2 and for that next step, those big bets, there is either encouraged matching funding or, for the case of the big bets, required matching funding. And we didn't go into a lot of detail of what exactly that means, but there's a couple things that to us qualify as matching. From the government, it's very clear. There are dollars that are going to expand the scope of the project in some way. But for private, what qualifies? There tends to be 4 benchmarks for something to qualify. And I'm going to quickly go through those because it has bearing here. The first is that it must be cash. It cannot be an in-kind investment because those are fairly difficult to quantify. The second is that it can't come from an affiliate, i.e. you couldn't invest in yourself or something similar like that, right? We're trying to create or trying to prevent perverse incentives from occurring here. The third is that it can't be repaid in cash, i.e. it's not a loan. And then finally, it must be aimed at decreasing the commercial or technical risk of the solution. And that's really a big one there. So what it's saying is, if you just point to sales of the solution, that's not necessarily a matching fund scenario. But if, for instance, a larger amount of money was going into the V1 of a solution, that could be deemed as a pre-sale, i.e. that larger amount of money is buying down the technical and commercial risk such that it can be scaled and sold at quantity, right? So nowhere in those 4 rules do we say it has to be venture, or it has to be angel investment, or it has to be private equity. And so the reason I bring this up is if you are a large corporation making strategic bets or strategic investments of some sort, that could be something that qualifies for the purposes of matching. And that's one of your tools, one of your levers that you have to get companies with solutions that you care about to succeed and thrive throughout this program. One of the things we do for phase 2 companies, of which we have over 400 at this point, is we share with them a list of large organizations that would like to make themselves available to those phase 2 companies as potential partners. We don't tell them they have to partner, but we just want them to know who is the POC at those big primes, those big organizations, if they did want to. So if you would like to put yourself out there as one of those POCs and one of those organizations, shoot one of us an email after this, and we'll talk maybe. Joey, what do you think is the best way to get that info out to people so they can reach out?
So we could post it on the AFWERX site, or we could also do a follow-up with the participants from, we can get the Fusion email list.
Okay, let's do it that way because, yeah, we definitely can update our roster of interested larger businesses and working with those phase 2 SBIR companies to make available for them.
Yeah. Also want to answer something from Patrick about the direct to phase 2s. So we do have the direct to phase 2 option for SBIR in the past. We're still looking at that for this next round for 20.3, and our official pre-release information will come out on 25 August. So check out the website for more information and we'll push it out.
Steve, I believe Brian has an additional question.
Okay.
Hey, Steve and Joey. Brian Meyer with AFWERX, 18.3 cohort. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you.
Hey, Hey, just wanted to follow up with what Joey just answered. You mentioned 20.3 having potential direct to phase 2. Are you 20.c? Is that going to have a direct phase 2, or do you know yet?
Jared?
So the STTR program does not have a direct to phase 2 opportunity. That is just an SBIR pilot that we're working with. So if you're interested in the STTR program, the phase 1 solicitation is the single front door to that process. One thing I didn't mention on my slide a little earlier is that the X20D supporting Agility Prime is a little bit different variables than the regular open topic. Given the scenario that we find ourselves in nowadays with COVID and all of the other kind of strenuous issues that we see in the world, the X20D is actually going to be over 6 months and has a contract value of $150K for phase 1. So there's a variety of reasons there, not the least of which is providing some reliable funding streams for a little bit longer period of time. So not going from 3 months to 6 months. Our open topic for X20C, we expect to be kind of the standard 3 months and $50K. So that's an important detail to think about.
Okay, thanks guys, appreciate you.
Steve, I had one input too for the larger business conversation that was just a question or two ago. Both SBIR and STTR can accommodate the large business partnership. SBIR, small businesses can partner up to 33% with a subcontractor to include large businesses. And for STTR, the research institution must take up at least 30% of the work plan, and the small business must do at least 40%. That leaves a 30% trade space there, where a small business can partner with a large business, or either the small business itself or the research institution, and can complete. So that 30% leaves some trade space there as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
One additional question I did see come up in the chat was in regards to that research institution. I know we talk about nonprofits, we talk about universities. There is actually a formal definition of that research institution term that is in the policy directive. It includes nonprofits and it has other specifics in there. I'm not sure if it will fit in the chat box, but we will try just for everyone's reference. But it is also in other presentations that is on the AFWERX website or Agility Prime website as well. So
yeah, and just a plug for Jared, they're doing another AMA on, I believe, 3 August. So if you want to jump in and learn more about STTR, please go there. Also check out the afwerx.af.mil site. If you go there and for the private sector, you'll see more information on the SBIR open topics and the STTR open topics. I posted the links in the chat and I'm happy to post them again to share some information. So please ask questions in chat or raise your hand. We're happy to take a few more.
And as Joey mentioned, they're in the solicitation as well. So.
Steve, I don't think we've ever had a presentation where we end questions early. So I think you've started to nail it on the head that
or people are so
big
confused that they don't know what questions to ask, in which case, sorry.
This is the feedback we need, so please share it with us. We're trying to learn and adopt this process. So, this is a new effort and a growing effort, and you have a team of folks on this side who want to hear your feedback and want to hear your concerns so we can address them.
I do see a question from Patricia here in the chat, talking about a particular partnership with Arizona State University Research Enterprise. I do not know the details of that particular organization, but as long as they meet the definition of that research institution that's listed in policy, is listed in the solicitation as well, then the answer to that question is yes. Again, the percentage is very important, and then they also have to be eligible as well. So as long as those 2 boxes are checked, you're able to potentially move forward.
Steve, another great question that came up, thanks actually to Jen Savada, is how do companies find potential Air Force customers? How do they start this conversation if they've never worked with the DoD before?
Yeah, really great question. So part of this is, the reason for phase one is not just to kind of pay for the overhead of doing this feasibility study for you and considering us as the customer. There's also a curriculum that's delivered throughout those 90 days that is teaching you different aspects of how to find your customer in the Air Force, how to work with the Air Force, what are the things that are going to be needed, the boxes you'll need to check to ultimately transition your solution to the field. In some cases, you're going to need to get authority to operate on our software systems. In some cases, you'll need to get certain waivers to fly a certain aircraft in a certain way, right? So there's all these nuanced details that really will affect the success of your project. And those are delivered as a curriculum during the course of phase one. It's a weekly meeting with every one of those phase one companies per cohort that addresses things like this. Now, in general, there's a couple of things that we can do that we directly provide to help you finding those customers. I mentioned the Collider events already. A number of those folks who have successfully transitioned to phase two met their customers at one of those Collider events. We are working on software solutions that help to more seamlessly connect those in phase one to those with needs. So you can think of it as a Netflix or Tinder for user needs meeting with solutions, right? We're working on that too, so not released yet. We did a beta round of this last time. And then there's the focus areas as well, which kind of intelligently connect those sponsors with needs inside the Air Force with those companies that have solutions. Beyond that, though, there are a number of things that are outside of the Air Force Ventures ecosystem that help you to find your customers as well. I think a great example is called Tech Connect, and actually the Air Force Front Door program that is via AFRL, where they're helping you to navigate those systems. What we're going to do is we're going to provide a list of, once you're in phase one, a list of those best practices, those external resources, as well as those internal resources that I just talked about to help you get there. Now, even with all of that assistance, the reality is we put a lot of responsibility on you as an entrepreneur to perform that customer discovery and to find your customer. And so whether that's hiring a veteran, going on LinkedIn to help find people, there are right ways and wrong ways about cold calling or cold emailing people, but sometimes it is appropriate. And so we want to give you the left-right balance. We want to give you guidance, but at the end of the day, we put a lot of responsibility on the company to find that customer inside the Air Force. Does that make sense? Or anything else you wanted to add, Joey or Jared?
Yeah, we know it sounds hard and difficult, but we've had over an 80% success rate for companies that take these practices and start engaging in a kind, polite way with the Air Force customer. Mm-hmm. And they're finding someone to work with that has a problem that maybe their solution can solve. And so it's about having that conversation, doing a lot of the customer discovery interviews, and asking the right questions about, hey, what is the problem you're trying to get after? Who can you introduce me to? It is a short timeline, but as Steve said, finding the right people to work with, partnering with them, applying to be part of our phase one cohort is an important part of this process.
Yeah, that's great. And I think one piece that maybe folks don't always appreciate, especially those not in government, is that what happens if you don't have this program, right? If a small business were to come to an Air Force customer and said, hey, I can solve all your problems, come check this out. That Air Force customer is going to have a hard time really facilitating that, right? Whether it be the fact that they don't know who you are and you don't really have the legal basis to have some of these conversations and to talk about the Air Force need in a particular area, whether it's, having the contracting expertise or the program management expertise to kind of run that contract and run that effort in the first place, right? Because these operators, they've got to work with what they have in front of them. They have kind of the regular job to do, right? And so when you go on phase one and you're finding that Air Force demand signal, what we're doing in essence is giving both you as the small business and giving our government POCs is the legal basis to have these more substantive conversations. And then the process and the system in which to operate moving forward, right? Not only are you using AFWERX funding, not only are you using the contracting and program management expertise of the program, we're freeing up the government users and the operational community writ large to engage with you on a real level without having the programmatic overhead of what would have to happen otherwise. And so there's value propositions all the way across. One thing I typed in the links not only for the Agility Prime STTR, but for the solicitation itself. When I first typed them in, I messed up the formatting, so that's my fault. But I did a repeat there. So if the link you click doesn't work at first, you may look at my updated comment there. Thank you.
So there was an interesting question about how does being a finalist in these challenges relate to the phase 1 requirement to find interested parties in the Air Force. So the AFWERX Fusion event and the showcase is a great opportunity, just like the Collider events, to talk to Air Force customers and personnel. We had over 6,000 people register for the Fusion event. We have thousands of people attending the showcase from both commercial and military side. So it's a great opportunity for you to talk to customers that are interested in your problem set. And the AFWERX challenge process is going through a commercial solutions opening. So it is a different contract vehicle than the SBIR STTR process we talked about here. But if you find an Air Force customer and you're interested in applying for the SBIR STTR process, then you're welcome to do that. Let's say, but one key note there is you can't be awarded a contract for the same work twice. So if you do win a Base of the Future contract, then you can't do the same work through the SBIR STTR option. But we're trying to give you as many options as possible. The bets we take through the ventures process are just that. They're bets. We don't know if they're going to work out, but we want to try different things.
And we're back. We hope you guys had a great break, or perhaps you made some new connections at one of our networking opportunities.
Or if not, that you at least took home a few pearls of wisdom from those great workshops.
I know I did. It was great listening to Joey there take some of that Q&A. But before we kick off our next session of programming, you might have noticed that we have been fortunate enough to feature some incredibly talented local artists that our friends over at Monday's Dark rounded up for us. What you might not have noticed is that these artists are standing on one of the best stages on the planet that our friends at MGM Resorts were kind enough to provide for us. We're going to show you one such incredible artist, but first, a word from our great friends at MGM Resorts.
Hi, everyone. I'm George Kliavkoff, President of Entertainment and Sports at MGM Resorts. I'm here at Park Theater, the Las Vegas home of Lady Gaga, Aerosmith, Bruno Mars, and many others. We may be dark today, but we're looking forward to restarting concerts and other live entertainment and welcoming back the best fans in the world. As a former technology CEO, I'm thrilled to see AFWERX Las Vegas and the United States Air Force driving innovation and culture. Congratulations to all the finalists, and on behalf of the MGM Resorts team, thank you to all of the men and women in uniform for your service.
is on fire.
Don't expect me to imitate that.
I don't. Our next keynote is about to begin, but first, poll time. We want to hear from you, and here's our question. What are the major challenges the government or military need to overcome in implementing the base of the future? Good question. To enter your answers, go to pollev.com/fusion2020 or text 22333 to Fusion 2020.
We'll give you just a minute to enter in your answers before our program begins.
Hello, AFWERX. Oh yeah, I can transfer you. Hold 1 second, please. Thank you. And when you dial, the world is brighter. You call my name and I'm a king. Off you go in the wild blue yonder. Off you go, leave me alone. Your call to me is worth a fortune. Your love for the Air Force, everything.
Hey, Elvis.
Hi.
I could use a little less conversation, a little more action. Do you mind updating the phone system with our new COVID protocols?
Please press 1 to record your message.
Well, it's a 1 for the big shot, a 2 to get help, a 3 to get the Air Force. No, not at all.
You're the best, Elvis.
Oh, well, thank you, but you can call me King, you know.
Is that your call sign?
No, that's just my informal title.
Cool.
Thank you. Yeah, I know, they just want me to do something here. I don't even know what this means, man.
Oh, that's great. How's Elvis working out as your receptionist?
Great employee. I'm not sure about productivity, but morale is through the roof.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. But I'm even more glad to hear from a very special guest and one of the coolest people on the planet. Check it out.
Hello, I'm Lorene Powell-Jobs, the founder and president of Emerson Collective. When I first learned about AFWERX and the work you're doing to reimagine Tyndall Air Force Base, I was inspired. I'm inspired not only because I'm the daughter of a Marine pilot and the sister of an airman, but also because I believe it's vitally important for us to build more resilient and sustainable communities. At Emerson Collective, we're seeking to help communities repurpose assets and skills. For example, in Washington, D.C., we're helping recast an old hospital, St. Elizabeth's, as the center of a new, vibrant neighborhood where people can live, work, and even catch a Mystics game. And whether it's reimagining a place impacted by time, like St. Elizabeth's, or impacted by nature, like Tyndall, all of us have an opportunity and a responsibility to bring the full breadth of our ingenuity, creativity, and commitment to bear on rebuilding these communities stronger than before. So thank you for all you're doing to rebuild Tyndall as a base of the future. And thank you for your service to our country.
Much, Lorraine, for that incredible video and for everything you and your organization are doing to help rebuild our communities.
Up next, we have a thought leader in the world of sustainability, principal of AFWERX and former commissioner of the Nevada Public Utility Commission, Rose McKinney-James.
I am so honored and I'm grateful to be with you today. And I appreciate the invitation to participate in this important forum. And a special thank you to Mark Rowland for seeking me out to join you. It's always great to have a chance to step out of the shadows a bit and speak directly to those who represent unique communities and stakeholders that are outside of my traditional cohort of advocates. And in the time allotted to me, I hope to share a few thoughts on how we can lean in to a more inclusive future, one that is based upon my personal experience, and I hope it'll serve to energize and inform your work going forward. I also appreciate the opportunity to join for this topic, and I'm happy to see the organizers taking a moment to offer a nod toward the important need to engage in challenging conversations around our opportunity to ensure that we have the courage to expand our thinking to provide opportunities for the many. So with my remarks today, I'll add a bit of context and texture to your discussions and offer a slightly different vantage point. I want to underscore how vitally important it is to have a clear and resonant voice for environmental justice as we discuss the development of key policies supporting climate and renewable energy resources in this country. It's incredibly timely to have the opportunity to step into a topic that has certainly gained traction in recent weeks and generated significant attention to the value proposition of equity and the importance of diversity and inclusion. It's also very important to consider different venues, platforms, and partners. In recent months prior to our health crisis, there were lots of discussions at the federal and state level around the need to look at comprehensive policies like the Green New Deal. This is a bold, expansive, and innovative approach to accelerate the adoption of clean climate strategies. But in order to achieve the benefits outlined in such proposals, we need to continue the efforts to reach a broader audience through expanded outreach, collaboration, and education. And in my view, we've reached a critical point in this conversation. Therefore, I'd like to talk about innovation, creativity, change, urgency, culture, collaboration, opportunity, and inclusion, with an emphasis on the intersection of innovation and clean energy for all. I suspect that for most of you in this audience, my work in this field may substantially predate you. I'm not an economist or an analyst or an industry executive, but I am an advocate. And I've been passionate and active in this space since the early 1990s. And now I believe I have the ability to seize on that experience and the luxury to speak freely as I prepare to pass the torch to the next generation of leaders who face the daunting task of an urgent and pressing need to dramatically change the course and look forward to advancing a different set of priorities and opportunities. So I'm clearly no expert in the deeply rooted principles of social justice, but I have gained significant experience as a renewable energy advocate and have observed the who and the what I believe is missing from the conversation. So we're here to talk about the future, and the future is best realized when we reflect against the past together, and the past always informs the future. So I admire you for powering through in these unprecedented times, and I hope it'll be well worth the investment. I'm excited to talk to you a little bit about the efforts here in Nevada. And I landed on a series of talking points based on historic timelines, and I'll focus on that history. Let me note that my long-term focus on renewable energy goes back many years, and there was an inflection point. I began my work in the energy space, like other aspects of my career, through pure serendipity. It was not planned, but evolved. I grew up in Detroit, Michigan, attending a small liberal arts college in rural Michigan, and then moving to Washington, D.C. to attend law school. After law school, I began my work with the D.C. office of a California-based NGO, the National Economic Development Law Center. And then I was selected to take a long engagement and relocated to Nevada to work with local development agencies and lead the economic development strategy. And then I made the decision to remain in Nevada, and I transitioned to public service. So I've served, as has been noted, as a utility commissioner. I was also a chief of staff, a cabinet director. But my love for the work that I do today stemmed from my role as the chief executive officer of CSTAR, the Corporation for Solar Technology and Renewable Resources. CSTAR was designed to identify, analyze, and address the economic and technology barriers to deploying solar in the state. It sought to leverage the purchase power of the federal government. And indeed, Nellis Air Force Base, located here outside of Las Vegas, is based became an active player in Nevada energy policy. As a contiguous neighbor to the Nevada test site, the leadership at the base was invited to participate in early C-STAR-led discussions regarding the potential for repurposing the test site. And the goal was to encourage federal facilities to procure and purchase solar energy. As CEO, I worked directly with the US Department of Energy to facilitate those conversations and to develop a coalition of experts to review our options and identify a path forward. My work in this space has been fascinating and a fascinating evolution. And I believe that we are better informed when we take a moment to look back and understand the history. So as I mentioned, Nevada has worked over many years to craft a suite of policies that support and promote the deployment of our vast renewable resources. We crafted a framework of policies to expedite commercial deployment, and the anchor for those policies was the RPS, or the Renewable Portfolio Standard. However, well in advance of any formal regulatory framework, Nevada was the focus of significant national attention because we've long been recognized for our rich and abundant solar, geothermal, and wind potential. And in fact, our local utilities invested heavily and early in geothermal. As a result, during our initial economic diversification debates, it was the solar industry that took the lead, and they used their growing political strength to approach and compel the legislature to establish renewable energy as a priority, as a, quote, economic development priority for the state. So I was there and an active participant in these efforts over the course of my tenure as CEO. 1995, we established renewables as a priority. 1997, we approved our first RPS, a very small increment, a placeholder, but it included a solar set-aside. In 2000, we entered into the Western energy crisis, or really I call it the California energy crisis. And California was faced with dramatic energy shortages and supply, and generally thought to be directly related to a combination of market manipulation and capped retail prices. This crisis directly affected all of the Western states. The legislature here in Nevada then focused on energy security, and we doubled down and substantially increased the RPS. And I think I should note for the record that for most of these meetings, I was the only person of color and frequently the only woman in the room. The challenges of C-STAR and the proposed deployment of solar at the test site ultimately proved insurmountable. However, the initiative was not without merit, success, or achievement. And most of the roadblocks that we identified through the C-STAR process involved procurement laws and regulations, beginning with the Appropriations Act of 1988, which required the Department of Defense to purchase power in accordance with state laws. According to the interim report prepared by the Department of Energy for C-STAR, C-STAR interacted with more than 13 federal facilities. We secured letters of interest for the purchase of power from the the National Park Service for 20 megawatts, Fort Irwin, 20 megawatts, the Nevada Test Site, 10 megawatts, Yuma Army Proving Grounds, 9 megawatts, Sandia National Lab, 5 megawatts, Luke Air Force Base, 5 megawatts, EPA, 3 megawatts, the Bureau of Reclamation, 2 megawatts, and the Arizona Guard, National Guard for 1 megawatt. These are small but meaningful investments, and they paint an important picture. Indeed, in the furtherance of these efforts in 2007, Nellis Air Force Base did find a path forward. Nellis entered into a power purchase agreement to construct a 14 megawatt solar power station. And according to available research, the project was built on land leased from the Air Force Base using a ground-mounted system designed and deployed by SunPower. The energy generated supports more than 12,000 military personnel and civilians. And following in 2016, an extension of the plant called the Nellis Solar PV2 was completed, adding an additional 15 megawatts of power. This was a creative collaboration that provided benefits well beyond the base to a much broader community. The original theory behind investment in solar and other renewable projects was based on a desire to increase energy security, to enhance resilience, and build toward a more sustainable future, all worthy and attainable goals. And work continues to close various loopholes relative to security in the face of utility-controlled shutoffs, and additional investments in larger projects have been made in recent years. But taking a moment to delve deeper into the embedded opportunities here, in my view, these investments represent a unique opportunity to consider the benefits of clean energy as a resource to be exploited for the benefit of a much larger community. The chance to empower with community leadership to share the valuable experiences and data gleaned from these efforts. These efforts can inform how others can focus attention on the broader community. The opportunity to connect to what is a repository of best practices through the use of these hybrid microgrids is enormous. Look at this as a powerful laboratory, an experiment with implications for the larger society. Here's the perfect opportunity for collaboration, for replication, for thinking outside of the box, an opportunity to display real leadership. That is leadership with a twist. In this experiment, the framework is focused on expanding the representation in the room, in the process, in the workforce, the construction, and the solutions. Thinking back and looking through the lens of your own career path, have you ever been the only one, the first one, the different one? Even for a moment, have you ever considered the range of emotions and thoughts that would accompany even a brief encounter with that portion of yourself? Has there ever been a moment when you felt that by being open to differences that you might expose yourself to a different perspective, experience, or idea? Can this be the moment? I reflect on recent events. There are actually a host of old, tried and true suggestions, but just coming from a younger voice. In other words, I hear, mentor me, see me, listen to me, and give me a voice. Let me prove my worth. The future belongs to those who lean in and show up. I choose to lean in, to share insights and thoughts based on a lifetime of experience and professional background in clean energy, sustainability, and advocacy. I focus on sustainability because of the inherent focus on the future. And looking ahead, I want to encourage you to make decisions that don't take us dangerously backwards. In a recent Washington Post article penned by Eddie Brown, who's the CEO and founder of Brown Capital, Mr. Brown opines, and I quote, "America does not breed talent. It prefers to breed generational elitism, where very few minorities get to compete on a level playing field." Leveling the playing field, balance, equality, and equity. Can we as leaders intervene to break that cycle that Brown describes? I think we can. I think we can find a more robust outcome, and we can find a way to integrate these themes. So as you consider your next energy project, as you consider the clean and sustainable attributes of that effort, think about the future. And then after, think about the what, and consider the who. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. I will be looking forward.
That's really incredible work Ms. McKinney James is doing with solar. I sure hope you Nevadans are harnessing the power of the sun out here. You've got plenty.
We do, and tell me about it. I mean, we've got one of the largest rooftop solar arrays in the country is on top of Mandalay Bay. I'm just glad that our buildings don't melt.
No, speaking of buildings, you're pretty lucky to live out here in Las Vegas, John. I mean, no tornadoes, no landslides, no floods, no hurricanes, barely any earthquakes. Not much to mess with the structures out here. However, in other parts of the country and around the globe, Mother Nature can pose a real threat to construction. And we definitely know what she's capable of after seeing the footage from the aftermath at Tyndall.
That's right, and that's exactly why this next initiative in Base of the Future is so important. We want to make sure this level of destruction never happens again. So let's hear a little more from AFWERX's very own Brittany Martino.
After Hurricane Michael, the Air Force and the Department of Defense realized that installation resiliency, the ability for installations to quickly recover from a disabling event and get back in the fight, is critical to our nation's defense. For this challenge, one of 6 Base of the Future initiatives, we seek solutions that will support the construction of robust and resilient Air Force bases that can withstand all types of natural disasters, including floods, hurricanes, extreme winds, wildfires, and tsunamis. But this challenge is so much more than just facilities or infrastructure. Focus areas include creating resilient, multifunctional aircraft shelters, addressing all aspects of community resilience with our airmen and civilians, achieving increased resilience with our power and utilities, creating simulation models for continuity of operations during disasters, and determining the value of resiliency. Installation resilience is a broad topic, and this challenge seeks solutions across the spectrum of installation operations.
These military bases and installations are cornerstones of our communities. I mean, these are places where people live, it's where they work, it's where they raise their children, and these are the bases in which our national security depends on. And that's why resilience is so important. We have an obligation to take care of the men and women who are serving our country. And this challenge is where we source solutions to prevent billions of dollars in damage from ever happening again.
Well, we ran the Installation Resiliency Challenge on March 9th. We had 218 submissions. We are proud to say that we've invited 46 of those submissions to participate in the Base of the Future Showcase. They are all having private pitches with the government. They're also available for attendees to visit in their exhibitor showcase.
Protests take on all different forms. Robin's protest had to keep him with the men that he led. It couldn't get him fired. He was a graduate of West Point. He was the son of an Army general. But this wasn't the Army, and Robin Olds wasn't just any Air Force officer. So Robin grew a mustache. It irked the brass, but his men loved it, and that mattered to Robin. Robin didn't advance to the Chief of Staff of the Air Force. He became the Commandant of Cadets at the United States Air Force Academy. Robin's protest lived on. Well before No Shave November or Movember, there was March in the United States Air Force. Every March, airmen don a little facial hair, real and fake, in honor of Robin Olds. Here's to the risk takers. Here's to the rule breakers. Here's to the innovators. Here's to Brigadier General Robin Olds, 3-time ace, leader, aviator, airman.
Yeah, I think a mustache would look good on you. Yep.
Little innovative rebellion up here. Love it. So now we have a little choose your own adventure. Check out our agenda or the links directly below the live stream on AFWERXfusion.com to see all of the great panels that are available today.
That's right. Hey, John, do you like alliteration?
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Clever. But do you know the 5 R's of resilience?
No, enlighten me. Do you?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Let's hear it.
Robustness, redundancy, resourcefulness, response, and recovery. Those 5 considerations will ensure a building is resilient. I'm no expert though, so let's hear from those who are. Please welcome the Federal Strategic Account Manager for Schneider Electric, Dustin Prescott, who will be moderating our next panel, Robust and Ready, Designing Resilient Installations and Communities.
Thank you so much. You kind of stole a little bit of my thunder with the 5 R's, so I appreciate you covering those. So really excited to have this panel of really impressive individuals. And so I'd love to introduce them now, starting with Dr. Alexander Hay. He was a British Royal Engineer for 25 years, specializing in fortifications and infrastructure development in a variety of roles around the world. He transitioned to industry in 2013 and is the founding principal of Southern Harbor, a Toronto-based risk and resilience advisory that helps clients understand their operational fragilities now and into the future. He is also an adjunct professor at the University of Toronto, teaching and researching complex infrastructure system risks, resilience, and protection. This particular focus is on the rehabilitation of communities traumatized by conflict and disasters. We also have Mr. Craig Applegate. He is the founding principal of Dialogues Toronto Studio and a passionate designer who believes in the power of built form to meaningfully improve the well-being of communities and the environment they are part of. Craig graduated from the Harvard School of Design with a Master's of Architecture and Urban Design. He has since led innovation design projects addressing complex challenges facing our communities, as well as on his advocacy of sustainable building design and urban climate change resilience. And then last but not least, we have Major General Vincent Colonnese. Major General Colonnese is a retired United States Marine with extensive global experience across logistics and supply chain, global security operations, and infrastructure management. His 36-year career was marked by orchestrating successful large-scale transformations in organizations with as many as 33,000 personnel. He last served as the commanding general of Marine Corps installations, overseeing 24 installations in the U.S. and Pacific regions. The billet focused on what the Marine Corps calls Installation Next, which includes installation resiliency, digital fortress, reliable smart grids, and renewable energy using smart city technology. He spent the last year of command developing a recovery plan for the East Coast Marine Corps bases severely impacted by Hurricane Florence. And he is the founder of Hammer 9 Solutions, LLC, and currently serves on the advisory board for the 11th Hour service based in the DC area. So just as was described, the 5 R's of resilience, again, robustness, redundancy, resourcefulness, response, and recovery. Those are the things we'd like to cover today, talking about how we create the new bases and resilient communities they are part of. So I wanted to really just dive in with you, Major General, and really understand, with your leading of these 24 bases across the world, how did you to create a directive and expectation for your commanders to develop resilience for the bases that they commanded?
Hey, Dustin, thank you for the introduction, and AFWERX, thank you for the invite. I think this really admire how the Air Force gets after problems and bringing all these smart people together, not including me, is a great way to get after it. So I think you always have to begin at why on resiliency. What's the in order to? And for installations, particularly Marine Corps installations, is about combat power. And it's about generating combat power. And if you keep that in mind, everything else kind of falls into place. And that gives you the why. So that resiliency to generate combat power. And I believe, when I was in the seat as the installation commander, both on the West Coast and then when I had the whole shooting match, the Marine Corps needs to be ready when the nation's least ready. So whether we're hit by a hurricane, fires in California, cyber attack, asymmetric attack, man-made attack, or just man-made mistakes, we need to be able to bounce back and continue to generate that combat power within that installation. So we got to be ready to go. throughout DOD and including the Marine Corps, we're right now fighting from our installations. We're targeting bad guys, flying Group 5 UAS. Reach back is more than just a buzzword now. We're doing that wherever our forces are forward deployed, whether on sea, forward FOBs, or wherever they are. They're dependent on that connectivity and that capability. So when you look at the installation, it's even more important that installation is operating or get back operating as quickly as possible. Obviously, we deploy combat forces, and you think about the simulators and the importance of that. And then lastly, you think there's an expectation, there is an expectation that the DOD, these large installations, large capabilities in times of defense and civilian authorities, when nation needs it, both the local community, the state, or the national command authority, that DOD can respond and help the nation at the homeland itself. And you can't do that if you're part of the problem. So that's kind of the essence of resiliency in the scope that we looked at resiliency at the installation. And then with that scope, you can get to, you know the why, you can get to the solution if you know the why. And I'll stop there. Right. That's great. Major General, appreciate that side from the context of, actually operations on the base and that experience. I mean, and the challenge is obviously understanding all those risks and how to prioritize in what areas, because they come from all different angles. Alec, from your perspective and working with the clients you do around the world and how you're analyzing things, what processes or what tools do we have to evaluate risk profiles from that perspective?
Well, we have a surprising number of tools, Dustin. Really, picking up from what the general was saying, one of the key issues here is to actually know what you're trying to achieve. And if you invest time in understanding the situation, understanding your own operation, you can then identify the issues you have and select the right tools for the task. A lot of organizations use either a standardized model, a template, or they will pick a tool that they're familiar with to define what the issues are. And all that does is reinforce prejudice, and you'll miss whole risks. What we need to understand is what the situation is, what all of our operating functions depend upon, and what they in turn depend upon, so we can identify how we are fragile. What resources do we need where, for what functions, to continue our operations, to continue moving, to have that assurance of continuity. And by building out our understanding of our existing operations, we can select the right tools. But there's an abundance. Everything from satellite standoff recognition to build a tableau of what physically exists for the situation, through to dependency mapping and causal chain analysis, through to influence mapping, stakeholder engagement, and things like that. All of these things come together, but we need to build that common reference so that we understand what is required, and it will be unique to each base. You can't use a template to do that.
Right, definitely understanding the operational purpose for those bases and what really is the true essence of the mission from their aspect, correct?
Yes, everything falls out of that. It will be fundamentally different for each base because it's a different location, even if the mission is the same. The personnel will be different, the relationship with the local community will be different, the natural hazards, physical hazards will be different as well.
Right, right. Well, kind of taking a look at that, Craig, I'd like to come to you and really understand, from the big picture, taking up where Dr. Hay left off, the big picture of resilience planning. What are some of the big future stresses? I mean, we did see an incredible, unpredicted Category 5 for Tyndall Air Force Base. What are you seeing we're going to see in the future for these different installations?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges that forces face is future climate change that's now escalating. I think you're going to see two key challenges. One is the increasing frequency and the increasing intensity of storm events. So you're going to have to plan for resilience in the face of those. And those are going to be increasing as the average atmospheric air temperature increases. The other thing I think that's going to come along with global warming is a rise in sea level. So a number of key bases are along the Gulf Coast, some are on the Pacific Ocean and Atlantic. And so you're going to be looking at the potential for increase in storm surge penetration of bases. And as time goes on, actual sea level rise on those bases. So you're going to have to plan both shorter term for the storm events and then longer term for the rise in ocean levels.
Right, right. And as Colonel Flynn said, these bases are in vulnerable areas, but for the specific purpose and mission of those bases that they have. So we do have to continue to find ways to develop either new systems, new construction, or new variety of situations to continue to be able to operate those bases where they are. Picking up from there, with someone has the experience of rebuilding and kind of a little ahead of the Tyndall rebuild, Major General, if you could, when it came to planning for the rebuild of Camp Lejeune, how did you work through, managing the balance of resilience and needs and cost and implementing the innovation into that base? What were some of the lessons learned that you had from that area?
So, it's obviously ongoing, and we talk about installations. The military is very short-sighted, in my view. We wear the uniform, we go to command 2-3 years, even whether a commandant or service chief is 4 years. But the installations, 5 years is a chip and a putt. 10 years, military construction, everything else. You really have to have the long view as you go to solve these problems, and not the short view. Prior to the storm, we had put out guidance about being able to operate off the grid for 14 days. And getting back to every base is different, whether you have geothermal, solar, Miramar's got methane from waste dumps. Each base is different, but you need to be able to wield power. Is probably the most, get that power back operating. So microgrids and another source of power, oftentimes, most of our bases are reliant on shore power, civilian power, if you will. So we were already kind of moving towards that, but this storm escalated, especially in Camp Lejeune. This Hurricane Florence set a record for rain. It wasn't so much the winds; it was a constant rain that just parked itself over North Carolina and didn't move. And just kind of the scope, our marine bases are all on water. We're amphibious, and it makes sense, but there's vulnerabilities being on that water. So the scope of the problem, you got to begin with the problem. That's over 187,000 acres in the North Carolina of cluster of bases. There's 47,000 Marines, 65,000 family members, 6,100 homes, and the bill was $3.7 billion in damage. Yeah. So I say pay now or pay later. So it's a long game, right? Most of nobody's fault. These bases just built during World War II, and most of the structures we use, the Marines, are same structure. We put lipstick on it, make it a little better, but it doesn't have the bones nor the engineering to sustain this kind of storm. 800 buildings damaged, 500 beyond repair. So just kind of, it's headquarters building, training facilities, aircraft hangars, trestle bridges. To deploy the force for the Marine Corps, we have to get to the port, and we actually own the railhead. Those trestles were washed out. Pretty important impact to our ability to generate that combat power. So you really got to generate. So in it, you have to look at the infrastructure. You have to look at the resiliency, and you can't do the cheap way is not the best way. Usually you have to have, whether it's fiber optics that come in from one building and then it has to have redundancy. If that building goes out, how are you going to, replicate that? I talked about the energy grid itself and the network. And it's people, process, and things. And I'll give you a couple of things and get off the net here. But DLA delivers fuel on our bases. When they evacuated the personnel, there was no personnel to drive those trucks. Marines then drove those trucks. Commissary is operated not by the commissary within DOD. When that was damaged, they had to repair them. There was things outside our controls, but getting back to Alex's point, you have to understand the processes and things, and then be able to respond and have those mitigating things in place or contingency planning. We pre-positioned high power crews on base, and we were able to get our power up before anybody else, and then actually be able to help the community, mutual aid, immediate aid, our fire department, and our medical capabilities. We had a good plan. We have a plan for the base of the future. This accelerated it. Our biggest fight, I think, and continue is with Congress and others, is to justify the resiliency that they put in, because it's not sexy. Put in that sexy infrastructure. That transport system of the network needs to be robust and needs to have the redundancy. So that's kind of the fight they're doing. We got the money. They're doing a great job, but this will be a 5-6 year project. Right.
Well, yeah, and talking about the robustness, I mean, obviously that's a big part of it. And one strategy would be is just to make everything a fortress completely there. But Craig, if I could go back to you from the architectural perspective, do we just do that? Do we harden just all areas of the base, or do we take a combination of different perspectives on that?
Yeah, that's a good question, Dustin. And the three of us were discussing this before the event. I think what you want to aim for is operational continuity. You want to be able to get that base going as soon as you can, as soon as the storm passes. So what you need to harden are the things that you're going to need to do that. So you're going to have to harden the command center. It should be able to withstand any kind of storm event, other than a freighter crashing into it. You're going to have to make sure there's water supply. You're going to have to make sure their generators are ready to go immediately, gas generators to get it started, and then diesel from there. Waste lines, all the key IT that you're going to need. The rest of it, basically, you should see as being able to be disposable. And there are various ways to do that, but you just cannot protect the whole base. So I think go for the things that you absolutely need for that operational continuity, and then you see the rest of it as a non-essential.
Right. I appreciate that too, and that's a great perspective on that area. I do want to make sure that we do focus on this, because Major General, you brought it up as well, and it's the people and how they operate on the base, and during a crisis situation, that's what continues that operation. So Alec, based on your background on how to build resilient communities and how to make sure, what's one of the big things is getting, improving the quality of life on base and keeping people closer to the base. How do we do that when we're looking at the base of the future to create a more resilient community?
Well, I think one of the key issues that we need to look at is not fit people to the infrastructure, but say how we wish people to live and what assurances, operational assurances we need, and then select the infrastructure, design the infrastructure to enable that. And when you look at the installations that have proved to be fragile, you can see that a community has been imposed upon infrastructure, as opposed to the infrastructure being developed to enable that community to be resilient. Operational resilience of infrastructure and services enables a community to be resilient, but it doesn't mean the community will be resilient. The community needs to have confidence in its leadership. Ironically enough, that can be in the absence of actual leadership, but it needs to have that confidence in its leadership. There needs to be a balance and a strategic framework between the base community and the wider community, because a lot of the families don't live on base. And there needs to be an alignment between the interests of those families, the local community, and the interests of the base. If there is a misalignment, the base could have a restoration of power and everybody around the base has nothing. It exacerbates the differences. and assistance doesn't follow. There's if you're going to have a mutual assistance agreement or something similar to that, there needs to be a sense of we're in this together. It's a shared burden, but there's also a shared benefit. And it doesn't matter if the base is, in the homeland or if it's an expeditionary base somewhere else. That relationship with the local community is fundamental. So in some cases, you have bases that have taken on responsibility in a crisis for some of the municipal functions. And you see this particularly in some northern communities where the facility, in this case, a military base, will look after the housing divisions that are adjacent to the base, ensure that they've got the power, water, and so on and so forth, because that part of it helps the municipality reduce their overall burden. They can then assign the resources that are needed for recovery, which in turn helps the base because the base needs to reach out to bring in resources. It needs to have its supply lines reopened. So there's a mutual benefit in this. And I think quite often it is easy to lose sight of these events affecting more than just your own interests, your own operation. While you have to be capable of functioning in an emergency, you are that last line of support. You're also part of a bigger whole that needs to recover. And your role within that enables the community to do what it needs to do.
Certainly. And based on the locations of many of these installations, I mean, the community is just another extension of the actual installation. Major General, what could you add to that?
Yeah, I mean, so without a doubt, when these base commanders have, first of all, massive or great responsibility. They really have a lot of authorities, both in crisis and during day to day. And every one of them, whether it was during my command or after or before, it had nothing to do with it. They took this relationship seriously. They're on all kinds of either governor boards, councils. Our emergency operations centers work directly with the emergency operations centers in the local area. They know each other by first name. They're actually gotten really good at doing this and perform. So that's that mutual aid, the immediate aid. But in our communities, whether it's in California or in the Lejeune area, there's the military has a lot of assets and capabilities, and there's an expectation, whether it's fighting for Cal Fires, we have a MOU. There's an expectation when they call and they reach their ultimate point where they can't do no more or they need our capability, that we're going to respond. Gets back to the reason why we need to be on up and running. During the hurricane, there was high water rescues. People who didn't have hotel rooms came on base. We put them up in barracks. We have all contingencies for that, pets, animals, all kinds of things. Our commissary, our food was up before anybody else out in town was. Our fuel stations were up, so they came in, got fuel. We refueled the cell towers, which most cell towers have a backup generator. People couldn't get that. We did that for the community. So we are the community. We're part of the community. Like you said, 2/3 live on base, 1/3 lives on base. So that relationship during peacetime, before the crisis, through the exercises and training and all this other the things that these base commanders do are extremely important, because then it gets into the personalities and relationships of trust. And what do you need? Where do you need it? And do it, because they're making those decisions at the installation side. They have the authorities for life and rescue and stuff like that without asking permission, and they're sending assets and stuff like that. And so when we have vehicles that can swim in the water, like our Amtraks or light armored vehicles, and they can go save people, they're going to do that, and rightfully so. And they're saving their own community, right? They're the coaches, they're the school teachers, they're the people out there. And I would say another thing you talked, and I probably didn't answer it, but in the planning side, when you're looking at the base of the future and we're looking at where you're going to put buildings and getting back to changes in tides and weather and everything else, there's a lot of tools, whether geospatial tools, You lay it out, you look at the land, you do category 5, you look at where the water is, you look at the creeks, and you do all the planning so you don't build in the wrong locations. And if you do, you mitigate. You might go in a few miles, you might move it away from the creek. You look at all those things and holistically and plan so you have that resiliency, the capability to maintain a fight and get back in the fight. It's important. But I go back to our bases are about generating combat power. And that's what is expected from this nation. So,
right. That's great too. And another point that came up in our earlier discussion, I do want to hit on, and maybe Dr. Hay, you want to address this though. I mean, we have COVID-19. We're completely, most of us are isolated, working from our offices. Our communities are definitely isolated more. But we talked about the importance of community on the base and building a base that is cohesive and supports that community, that whole nucleus there. Could you touch on how the importance of that and how that should be considered in that part of base resiliency and community resiliency?
Certainly. Well, one of the key things that we need to build in preparation for any crisis is social capital. It's that ability for a community to function as a community. And that means that it has a trusted communication lines, and typically that is something already inherent within a military structure, not necessarily always reflected in the families. And what we need to be able to do is create that awareness among the families as well as the military personnel of others in the community and their situation. Because quite often the military personnel will be detailed away to do some task, and the families will be collectively taking care of the day-to-day while their partners are away. And that understanding of how everybody and everybody's situation and everyone's condition is important. So that community awareness, that focal point where people interact, not in a retail car park lot, but actually interact at a human basis. So they're aware of each other and they communicate with each other at a personal level. And if we look at how a lot of the bases are laid out or have been laid out in the past, and the way that they are starting to be laid out now, you can see more of this community awareness, more of this social capital being enabled by the way the infrastructure is laid out. The infrastructure is no longer considered a series of assets. It's now considered like a system that enables the community to form. It enables social capital. It enables the operation to be effective.
That's great. And that's really important. I mean, we can't continue to operate just isolated in things. Community is so important. I mean, the last thing I'd like to hit on there is the recovery and repair side of things. And Craig, do you have anything you'd like to add on some great strategies for the quick?
Yeah, I think one of the smartest things that forces could think about doing is creating modular prefab building units that they would have off-site in some safe place, that they could reassemble the key base components after a storm event. And given that they could be moved to any base and assembled quite quickly, it would be a very fast recovery opportunity. The other thing too is down the road, if storm surges and sea level rise continue to be an issue for that particular base, then you could relocate those units as well. So I think sort of a plug and play strategy might be worth considering. And given you could put solar photovoltaics on top of them, you could probably power them as well. So I think there's the technology and the opportunity right now to be very effective in doing this.
Right. Yeah. The technology for modular systems to roll in quickly and set up really provides a very awesome ability to repair and get back up to essential operations quickly. Major General, anything to add from that perspective on how to get back in?
No, I agree. It's that preparation, whether pre-staging personnel capabilities outside the the danger zone, if you will, but the prefab buildings. We spent a lot of money trying to move trailers, getting them at a very expensive rate. Took a long time to hook up, and having that capability at hand is smart. You know, another thing I feel compelled to say, and I missed it, I should have said it, was social media. Probably one of the most important things. That was the means to communicate during the crisis. And that was both with the community and the families, and everybody went to that. And I know it's really, really important, both prior, during, and after, to use that social media to have that trusted audience and be able to deliver the information, because there's so much misinformation.
Right. No, that's very important. And I mean, it's pretty impressive the way the different groups, CE groups, different ones are utilizing social media to communicate and stay in contact. And again, that creates that community as well. So I'm not sure if we're able to take, are the lines open for questions? Brian, I'm not sure if that's open. Okay.
Hey, Dustin, and you know, just another thing, if we're waiting for questions, the importance of installations all vary where they're at. But Cherry Point, for example, is the air traffic control for basically North Carolina, the whole area. So that getting that back up, it not only affected the base, but affected the whole FAA for that whole region, and that was critically important. So, and a lot of our installations have, you know, certain or for deployment or ports or other things like that. So there's second and third order effects of the installations that sometimes even beyond you would consider just the military need.
Right, right. I remember I was in New Bern, North Carolina, taking off on a commercial flight, and a terrible storm came in when I was on the plane and took out all the power, and Cherry Point control tower was able to dispatch us and get us off. So it's pretty impressive how everything is well connected there. Dr. Hay, anything you'd like to add for some final thoughts on that?
Well, it's funny, really. I mean, I was wondering how to encapsulate all of this, and I think one of the nicest ways to summarize everything that's been said is that as we go through the base planning, we're really aiming for a systems approach that is safe to fail. So the operation is unimpeded by the failure of components of that operation. Our capability as a base is unimpeded by the loss of grid power, is unimpeded by a storm surge, is unimpeded by whatever it is, that we are safe to fail. And this is a departure from most of our building codes and standards and all the template solutions that are centered on being fail safe so that they don't result in injury. But safe to fail would be a sort of slight change in thinking, but really sort of encapsulates what's been said, I think.
Right. And again, going back to the 5 R's and closing on that, I mean, it's part of having those redundancies and the items where, yeah, exactly, things can fail, but there are plans and strategies to maintain and address those unknown and unknowns that many of our military installations constantly have to work around and deal with. So this is really great. I think there's some really great ideas that are coming from the AFWERX Challenge to help with this resilience. I'm excited for everyone to continue to dig into the workshop, but thank you all for your time, and I hope everyone continues to have a great afternoon.
Thanks, Dustin.
Thanks very much.
Take care. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, that was robust.
And resourceful.
Absolutely.
Did you hear any common threads throughout the
Yeah, I love that they were talking about people and relationships. So important.
Yeah, especially in crisis management and crisis response. As you heard the general talk about, it's all about the people. It's all about helping them recover. And also, when it comes down to it, it's those people that you can call and lean on, that you develop those relationships over time to trust, and they're going to be there to get your back because you've had theirs in the past. Right?
Exactly.
That's great. All right, so moving on to our next keynote speaker, it's Miss Heidi Scheppers. Unfortunately, due to scheduling conflicts, it did not allow her to be with us here in person, but she was gracious enough to record her presentation for us. Ms. Shepard supports the Director of Security Forces for the entire enterprise with direction and technical knowledge for a 38,000-person global force. These security forces personnel conduct physical security, anti-terrorism, force protection, law enforcement, and policing operations. Ms. Shepard is also the functional manager for the 1,100-person Department of the Air Force Civilian Police Force. Please enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking a few minutes out of your day to hear about integrated base defense modernization. This will tie into the panel discussion you just finished on defending installations from the next generation threats. My name is Ms. Heidi Shepard. I'm a graduate of the Air Force Academy, a colonel in the United States Air Force Reserves, and I am currently the Senior Civilian Executive for the Security Forces Enterprise. For the past 3 years, I worked as the Deputy Director of Security Forces under the Deputy Chief of Staff for Logistics, Engineering, and Force Protection at the Pentagon. What that means is that I spend most of my days thinking about the safety and the security of our Air Force installations at home and around the globe. I support the Director of Security Forces with direction and technical knowledge for a 38,000-person global force. These security forces personnel conduct physical security, anti-terrorism, force protection, law enforcement, and policing operations. I am also the functional manager for a 2,200-person Department of Defense Air Force Civilian Police Force. I'm thrilled to speak with you today in particular. On this day in 1914, World War I started. Although it took an additional 3 years for the U.S. to formally join the Allied powers in one of our first real forays into what is today termed great power competition, it certainly proved to be the start of a persistent forward present that requires constant vigilance and awareness of all threats. The core mission of protecting our people, our assets, and our ability to do the mission hasn't changed. What has changed dramatically over the past several years is the technology, tools, and methods of accomplishing the mission. I went on to active duty the same year the first website was published. Now our defenders and adversaries alike have the entire internet in the palm of their hands, and the pace of change continues to increase. At an operational level, the National Defense Strategy makes it clear that the homeland is no longer a sanctuary. In our field, we have always known that to be true, but now it is part of the strategic calculus. This new paradigm needs novel concepts and approaches to ensure mission success in this new age and into the future. To get there, we are using the CSAF's back-to-back focus on defenders and integrated base defense to examine our legacy systems, modernize and imagine the technologies that will serve our needs. New technologies and systems require innovation. Luckily, since the birth of the airplane, airmen have been innovative. Innovation is in our DNA. In fact, innovation has been a staple of the U.S. military since World War I. Technological superiority is a key aspect of our defense strategy and has never been more important. We credit that innovation to our partnerships with commercial organizations like the ones here today. You help support information fusion, decision-making, and improve operational effectiveness. For the next few minutes, I'm going to talk about the current state of base defense, new solutions, and a path forward. The Air Force relies on our installation to deliver air power around the world. To help protect those installations, the Air Staff authored the 2005 Integrated Base Defense Security Systems, or IBDSS, Capability Development Document, which outlined how the Air Force will integrate personnel and technology into a seamless defense, providing a collective view of the battle space. When we drafted this document, we realized that we need systems designed to make decisions better and faster in order to respond to the many threats appropriately. We wanted, and still do, strive to separate the signal from the noise so our defenders can take action and see the battle space. We have made strides in this direction, but there is so much left to do. The capability outlined in 2005 document is the main thought to the last 15 years of governing IBDSS. However, the program has not kept pace with evolving threats, operations, technologies, policy guidance, defense, security, law enforcement, industry standards, and best practices. Sustainment efforts to upgrade or refresh systems continue falling further and further behind and are too costly, with some fielded systems in service for over 20 years. To modernize, we are building a resilient, multi-domain command, control, and communications architecture to enable better command and control. This will help us to ensure we are first to detect, evaluate, then act on all threats. Last year at the Air Force Security Forces Association, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force talked about current command and control systems, or the Base Defense Operations Center. He said, if I come to your base and you showcase your BDOC that displays static camera at the fence line and a defender with a handheld radio, you are defending your base in the exact same way you did in 1968. What you are showing me is not layered or integrated base defense. You are showing me ancient base defense. When the Chief of Staff of the Air Force says something like this, you figure out how to modernize and move forward. There are ways to improve and modernize our BDOCs. Other applications or services can be securely incorporated to enhance or deliver a capability. Examples include anonymous reporting apps, mass alerting systems, insider threat program tools, and cyber threat hunting and detection. These applications and services can be grouped into 3 categories. Air base air defense. We are integrating advanced technologies to sense the base air picture and enable seamless physical to digital layered defense. The result is a digital layered defense system across all domains using artificial intelligence, machine learning, edge computing, unmanned aerial surveillance, and kinetic effects. Cyber defense. This includes cyber technologies, security and resilience, and cyber system red teaming. Security Forces supports an agile, authority to operate process relying on automated testing and risk assessment to rapidly authorize frequent capability updates. And then last, ground defense. This includes improved security at our perimeters and installation access control points. We are looking to industry to provide modern sensors at a commercial price point. This will greatly enhance our base defense. New solutions require new ways of thinking. We need to modernize and streamline how we do base access. An open architecture of systems will support plug and play of commercial industry capabilities. I'm going to walk through a few of the buzzwords you may hear throughout the conference. The first is Defender Multi-Domain Command, Control, and Communication, also known as DMDC3. This will rapidly develop the foundational infrastructure of the IBDSS program to provide a platform that integrates the computing power called Picard, the means of communication, DC3, and the tools for situational awareness, DMSAT. Picard is the platform for integrated command, control, and communications and responsive defense. Picard takes an open systems management approach by ensuring ongoing development work is performed with open design principles. The barrier to entry is low. The cost to try new sensors is small, and outdated technology can be easily discarded and replaced. DC3, which stands for Defender, Command, Control, and Communications, is the communications backbone for integrating the system and networks into IBDSS. It will be capable of transporting data in any form to get timely, relevant information to the right people and places in real time or near real time. DMSAT is the Defender Multi-Domain Situational Awareness Tool. It's a mobile common operating picture, interface, and the kit for all defenders. These 4 aspects together will transform command and control centers with seamless integration. As a result, security forces will receive much more relevant and actionable information to better protect the manpower and assets. The Air Force is looking for a non-proprietary system. This will cost less in the future, and it will more readily accommodate the latest in security technology, something on which we will work closely with the commercial companies here. The Air Force is also interested in leveraging artificial intelligence and machine learning to maximize data analysis from thousands of sensors. If effective, this would minimize the number of false alarms and help zero in on the actual threat. Finally, our technology platforms must be cyber secure. They need to have the cybersecurity backed into the development and operations through the DevSecOps model and must be tested through active vulnerability assessments and red teams, as well as agile and accredited through the continuous ATO process. If an adversary compromises or denies us our technological superiority, we can bring it to the battle. A perfect example of leveraging technology for operational efficiency is the idea of a virtual visitor control center. The goal is to create an online portal like most commercial companies use. Visitors can submit their credentials and be vetted before arriving. This would make the system much more efficient and we'll be able to focus manpower on the most important areas of the installation. Another example is training. The Air Force is exploring how to leverage virtual reality to innovate on virtual training programs. Ultimately, we need to provide training in ways that increase defender readiness and save us both time and money. Other ideas that we're looking into include modular or smaller shooting ranges. I want you now to close your eyes and picture integrated base defense of the future. What do you see? I picture the Air Force leveraging all the technology we talked about, as well as ones yet to be discovered. Bases outfitted with cutting-edge perimeter sensors that, when triggered, automatically deploy a UAS overhead for imagery. Security forces then view this imagery on their mobile devices, and all this deployed over an integrated, synchronized, layered defense system. We must continue to innovate and adapt. This will ensure that the U.S. military maintains our technical and tactical advantages that we have enjoyed since World War I. I'm impressed by the innovative ideas presented here at AFWERX. I've heard about 5G communications, facial recognition software, advanced cybersecurity tools, unmanned ground vehicles, and biometric identification. This event showcases the variety and the wealth of innovation that partnerships between the Air Force and industry can bear. As you all know, the goal of events like these are to foster a culture of experimentation and discovery. Airmen have great ideas, and so do you. Base security and defense challenges provide new opportunities at Tyndall Air Force Base. There are opportunities for commercial state-of-the-art security capabilities to be integrated in the next few months. Innovation does not stop with Tyndall. The Air Force wants to continue keeping this opportunity open. There will be more events and other opportunities for this community to work together and continue innovating around base security and defense. Thank you all for taking the time to listen how the Air Force is tackling integrated base defense modernization. As we discussed, the Air Force will not truly modernize unless we partner with commercial entities to improve our agility and break down workforce silos. Future military conflicts have and will continue to drive the need for change and innovation. Woodrow Wilson predicted that World War I would be the last war. In fact, he said, "This is the war to end all wars." Unfortunately, this did not come true. What did come true is the necessity for American troops to continuously modernize and innovate to outpace our adversaries. As I mentioned before, our air bases and fighting locations are no longer sanctuaries. The ever-changing national security environment presents complex multi-domain challenges. Effectively combating these ever-evolving challenges requires each airman and person here today operating as a part of a cohesive and integrated fighting force to defend our primary power projection platform. Only then can we ensure we remain the world's most lethal air and space force. I want to thank AFWERX for bringing together industry and government. I'm especially honored to be speaking at an event inspired by Tyndall Air Force Base, a base with a large security forces presence as we work to rebuild this base. Thank you all and enjoy your networking session after this.
And we're back here in the studio. And so to introduce our next panel, I have the honor of passing the baton to a mentor of mine who's going to moderate this fireside chat. And anyone who knows him is familiar with his face in the glass mantra. But this is not lip service. This is something he lives, breathes, and epitomizes the leadership qualities that he espouses. I truly cannot think of a better way to end our first day of Fusion, along with the very special guest that he gets to spend some time with. So please give a great big welcome to our next moderator, General Tom Sharpey, and a special guest. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thanks, John. Hey, I am honored to be here, and I am thrilled to be sharing the stage with Brian Sheff. He is an entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist. Since co-founding Vista Corp in 2000, him and his partner, Robert Smith, they built Vista into one of the most largest and most successful technology investment firms globally, with over $58 billion under management. I must admit, I did not know a lot about you or your company, Brian, until AFWERX provided me this incredible opportunity. I'm not easily impressed, but every single aspect of your organization, your personal journey and your story is not only awesome, but it's inspiring. I was impressed with the professional and personal culture that I sensed from the research that I was able to do and during the little time we spent together. I know that your time is valuable, and I want to thank you for sharing it with us today. To all those on the other end, this would be a lot better if we were together, but the world has changed and we can't be. It's going to be a special treat. AFWERX, thanks for setting this up. John, thanks for allowing me to participate. Brian, great to see you again.
John,
we were able to talk a little bit yesterday. And one thing that stood out was your affinity for those who serve, not just in the military, but our law enforcement, our firefighters, paramedics, doctors, nurses, and many others. Online today, there are many business leaders, senior government, military leaders, and most importantly, and hopefully, young junior military personnel. Is there anything you'd like to say or any advice you'd like to give those that are listening with us today?
Well, General, thanks so much for having me here. It's a real honor, and I'm excited to be a part of AFWERX and hopefully going forward part of the AFWERX community. As you got to know me a little bit yesterday, there's a whole lot I want to say. But first and foremost, I have to give a shout out to my family friend, Airman First Class Cameron Beagler. So thanks for letting me do that. On behalf of all the civilian partners on the phone as well and on this call, I want to just convey to all the airmen just how much we appreciate being your partner and how much we understand and recognize that the stakes are a little bit higher in terms of what you guys do than what we're typically used to in our other partners and the other avenues of our civilian lives. And it makes us extraordinarily proud to be your partner and to help, at least in our little way, further the mission that is so important of what you guys are doing. My admin and my right-hand person is actually sitting in the room with me. Her dad is a lifelong airman and navigator and flew for 20 years. And so it's just a real honor to be here today. What I'd love to say to all of you who are airmen is, you are part of a very special tradition. And right now, there's a lot of questioning that our country is going through about what our institutions stand for, who we are as a people, what we represent both internally and to the world. And I can tell you that the Air Force is one of the last bastions that everybody stands up and is proud of. We're familiar with your great work, but more importantly, we are so proud of the way in which you do it. And that's why it's just so great for all of you, especially you young folks, younger than the General and myself, to be starting your career in such an extraordinary institution. And I'm sure we're going to talk a little bit about some of the ways we've tried to model aspects of Vista after what you guys do, but it's really extraordinary. And congratulations to all of you.
Thanks, Brian. That is just, it warms my heart to know that you appreciate, those of us who choose to serve in this capacity. You've been extremely successful and have found ways to put together teams of extremely resilient partners and employees. One of the most powerful quotes that I found on your site was, "We have the power to persevere." And as I research your business, it seems that you focus on building a resilient team of businesses and putting together parts of a puzzle. The team brings together the strengths of each and creates an overall organization that is stronger than the sum of the individual parts. And you do it in a dignified and respectful manner. I know that you're going to say it's luck, but I'm not going to let you get off the hook that easily. What drove you to adopt this method, and how has it made Vista more resilient and stronger by the relationships that you've built with these other partners?
Yeah, thanks so much. And it's kind of the question, isn't it? Because it really goes to the core of leadership and culture. We were lucky and fortunate, my partner and I, that a very early mentor was part of, sadly, another of the armed services. I won't mention them on air, but someone referred to them recently as the misguided children. But he was tremendously proud of the testing and training that they did there, and he impressed upon us how important it was not only to make sure that you take care of the people that you have, but give the people that you have a sense that they all belong there, and that it wasn't so easy to get there. And so we started with this approach that folks in the military are very familiar of testing all of the folks who wanted the opportunity to work both at Vista and our companies. And it's not an easy test, just like many of the tests that the airmen have to go through to advance and succeed in the Air Force. And so there's tremendous pride, as they should have, in folks who are part of the Vista family. And then, frankly, we reward that hard work to pass that with a tremendous amount of training. And as you and I discussed, there's nothing more important than training the great people that you have. One of the great sins that any organization, whether civilian or military, can do is take tremendously talented people, especially young people, and not train them appropriately before they send them on mission. In our business, we call that bruising the fruit. In your business, the stakes are a lot higher and the consequences are a lot more dire. But I think the similar perspective is the same, which is if your people are the most important aspect of who you are and what you are, you have to invest in their training. And that training has to change over time, because the success that you had yesterday oftentimes doesn't bear a whole lot of resemblance to the success that you're going to need tomorrow. And you and I talked yesterday about how important it is to be lucky, but you got to survive to the point where you can take advantage of the luck that you're given. So that's probably the core of what makes some of our companies so resilient. And then on the flip side, it really comes down to leadership and the culture that our leaders instill across our organizations. And if you don't mind, I'd like to tell one story. It means a tremendous amount to me, having seen them. Again, one of our CEOs, I apologize, a different arm. He went to Annapolis and sailed around on submarines.
We'll forgive him. We'll forgive him.
But other than that, he was a great guy.
Yeah, okay.
And then he started a business that some of you might be familiar with called MindBody, which is the largest software company for wellness and spas and fitness organizations. And if you think about it, you probably haven't up till this point, but if you think about an industry that has gotten crushed by COVID, it's really that gym, wellness, and spa industry. These are the last businesses that have been allowed to reopen. And most of these businesses are started by small business people and entrepreneurs. So these are passionate folks. These are people who are deeply embedded in their communities, and their doors have been shuttered for months and months. And so software companies, by the very nature of what we do and how we do it, are pretty resilient. We have a great business model, but it's pretty tough when your customers can't pay you for 6 months, which is what we're coming on to. And Rick Stolmeyer, the CEO, has just been stalwart in the way that he's managed the organization, first and foremost, voluntarily cutting his salary. Then by setting that example, convincing his team that they should also make these voluntary cuts, and which didn't make it any easier when they had to turn around and look at their organization and say, we're not going to survive if we don't make cuts. But they were able to do so. And even though this was a business that has been growing every year for almost 20 years since he started it, and they had no history of making cuts or anything like that, the company pulled together, recognizing that their customers were hurting more than they were. And they put in twice as many hours to build new products that they thought that their customers were going to appreciate. Things like online and video training for many of the trainers who weren't getting any income, and video access to some of the content that the larger gym memberships historically charged for. And they did all that without being asked. It was incredible. They stepped up and they did it. And then in May, the tremendously emotional George Floyd death happened and the impact to Minnesota and then ultimately the rest of the country. And the African American community in particular is a big and important part of the mind-body community. So after this company had been knocked down and knocked back, they lost almost 30% of their employee base. They've been working overtime, building new products. Rather than letting this be the last thing to knock them over and not get up, instead, they decided, and again, a management team that had cut their salaries for the year, they decided that they would voluntarily, without Vista's asking, put together a series of funds to build wellness programs in inner cities and to engage even more in the communities that they felt were most affected by what was going on and where they saw the least amount of justice and fairness. And it was just extraordinary. And they inspired us at Vista to get involved with that. But it was truly the leadership of Rick and his team. And, you know, I don't know what else 2020 can throw at them at this point insofar as a business, but it's been extraordinary to watch them, you know, run their business and have some of the best products that they've ever come out with all these things that have been in front of them. And then most importantly, you know, show the country that, you know, they have empathy, and despite what's going on with their company, they're going to be a part of the solution going forward with the other things that are impacting our nation. So that to me is a resilient business. And I'm just really excited that the training and the culture and all the investments that Rick and his team has made over the years really played out, because we really don't know until times of crisis, right, General?
Right. You can't, it's not something you can measure until you face it. Hey, we should probably get back to why this event's actually happening, building the base of the future. So I'm going to, as you know, Tyndall, the surrounding communities were devastated by a Category 5 hurricane, and we are now rebuilding from the ground up, basically. Unlike other bases, we now have the opportunity to design and build a base of the future to focus on many areas that previous speakers had talked about. So what lessons did you learn when you're building Vista that you could take away to help make the community and the base more resilient, survivable, connected, and linked and synced in this digital world?
Yeah, you know, I'd love to speak about two things. They're kind of at the opposite ends of the spectrum, but you know, first and foremost, just recognizing that the loss of the base to the hurricane was a traumatic event. And for all of your airmen, you know, you guys are in a very tough business, and you're all extremely tough. But many of you, probably most of you, have families as well. And your families are your silent partners in all of this. And your kids still need to look at you as, you know, the mom and dads, the heroes that they see, and the tremendous stress that you've been going through when you lose that base. It affects your families too, even in ways that you probably don't see it. And so I think, you know, the first thing I would say is just be cognizant of that. Unfortunately, you guys have to be heroes every day at work, but then you got to be home and recognize that in the eyes of your kids, you're still heroes. And you got to wear that. And one of the ways I would say that is involve them. Sometimes tough people like yourselves think that the best way to deal with adversity is to suck it up and to be stoic. But you know, in my own experience, and this is less business and more being married for almost 20 years, sometimes when you share what's going on with you and you share the pain that you have at work, especially something as traumatic as what happened to you guys with the base, that opens up the opportunity for them to heal as well, because they're going through the same thing. They don't get to see it every day because they're not part of the rebuilding process, but they're with you every day, and they're your biggest cheerleaders, their biggest fans. And as I said, you guys are the heroes for your kids. And so, you know, sharing that doesn't make you weak. It actually makes you more approachable. It makes you, you know, even cooler and stronger in the eyes of your family. So I would just encourage you guys to maybe remember that. In terms of building the base itself, you know, General and I talked about this the other day. You know, in our business, it's the threats you don't anticipate. And so it really comes down to building agile organizations and building that base so that you guys can flip and be nimble when those threats come that maybe you didn't anticipate. I was telling the General a story yesterday about a cybersecurity attack. We like you spend a tremendous amount of time, effort, energy, and money on cybersecurity. It's growing to maybe the top of the list in terms of the things that are important in Vista businesses, because every aspect of what we do is digital. and the information that we have for both our companies and our customers is critical to what we do every day. Again, the stakes aren't as high with what you guys are dealing with, but for our business, it's mission critical. And we got hacked recently, one of our companies, with the lowest end hack. Nobody even thought about it. Frankly, because it was so low end and nobody thought about it, it was very effective. It cost the company $18,000. And this is a pretty big business. So the dollar costs were low, and we were very, very lucky. Going back to what the general said, let's be fortunate that we can last long enough to be lucky when the luck comes. But it made us realize that we were anticipating, and we were training, and we were scheduling all of our deployments around these very sophisticated threats. And it didn't mean that these low-end actors were still going to go after us. And so I would give you that example to just say some of the threats that you guys are going to deal with, you're not even thinking about. And the impact of what's going on, I don't think 18 months ago, many of us were thinking about a global pandemic and the impact it was going to have on every aspect of our lives, not just our work and our families, but the supply chains, the communities in which we interact, the culture that we were going to be involved with, the way it was going to affect the collaboration and innovation for all the projects all of us collectively are working on. And we have to be resilient, nimble, and be agile enough in the way in which we create things to be able to deal with those things. So that's the thing. And I know we talked about this yesterday, a base for you guys 100 years ago, it was a physical thing. And now you guys have probably more digital infrastructure than any of our companies, which is extraordinary. But that's what I would say from a cultural standpoint. I'd encourage you guys to think about.
Hey, real quick, a couple quick ones, and then they're going to give us the hook. Dr. Roper said something earlier today that I think is very insightful. He said that you can't win with the military alone. And so, I think that as technology evolves and the pace and the agility, as you mentioned, with some of the tops they talked about, DevSecOps, Agile, getting things out to market faster. What have you seen in your interactions with governments, and with Department of Defense, and the willingness to be able to do at the speed that it takes in your business capacity versus in the military capacity? And then how would you see how can we make that easier for industries to be, who are leading the technological innovation delivery capabilities? How do we break those walls or barriers down so that we can do it better together?
Yeah, well, the first thing I'd say is, I've been in the software business for over 20 years, and working with DoD and selling software into the various armed services for almost that entire period of time. And let me tell you, it's getting better every year. So let me start with that. One of the things that I think made it difficult in the early days is, the security and control in the digital world is different than in the physical world. And ironically, transparency is one of the most important things in the digital world. And the more that standards and rules in software in the digital realm are transparent, it actually makes things safer. That was a hard thing to explain to some folks who are in the business of keeping people safe and keeping secrets. And so I think that's been a journey, but I think that's something that today's DoD has really embraced and understands. AFWERX is an example of how you guys have innovated your way around it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes smaller is better. And when we started Vista 20 years ago, my partner and I, we would look at these big firms and we'd make all sorts of statements around how big and, how slow they were, et cetera. And now, of course, 20 years later, I think we've become what we beheld a little bit. But, one of the things that we recognized fairly early on was we should always have a small arm. So if you look at Vista and all of our funds, many of them have gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. And along that time, we would take some of our top people and redeploy them towards some of the smallest companies. Why? Because small individual units oftentimes come up with the most innovative ideas out of necessity because they don't have the resources.
Yeah.
And, it might be counterintuitive. You might say, what are you talking about? Google has access to all the best PhDs on the planet. You guys know
survival.
Yeah, exactly right. When your back is to the wall and you've only got a few people on whom you can count, you come up with some really innovative solutions, and in the software world, those solutions can scale. So that's why I was so impressed as I was reading about AFWERX and reading about the commitment to it. You know, it's exactly the right type of program to make sure that with all the amazing people that you have, all the tools, all of the money that you have at your disposal, you still have access to new thinking, new ideas from small folks, from small businesses, and from innovative teams. I think that's one of the big things that is the biggest change I've noticed over the 20 years that I've been doing this and working with your team members. You know, and working with folks in the Pentagon. You know, as I told you yesterday, I had the good fortune of being on a board with a bunch of the folks from Raytheon, and they, most of them were retired military and then had gone on to work at Raytheon, tremendously committed to the mission. But it was a little bit of a culture challenge in terms of our $300 million company that we pushed into their giant business, and you know, getting a rocket exactly in, you know, 1 meter square thing about 3,000 miles away is a little bit of a different challenge than writing code for cybersecurity. And so I think just the recognition that sometimes those cultural things are different and different is okay is critical, and they got that, and that's why it's been such a successful venture for the two of us.
Hey, that's awesome answer. Thanks. Now we're about to run out of time here, but I just, you know, I wanted to see if you're willing to share what you told me yesterday when I talk about balance, right? I got my sign right back here where it talks, you know, but you shared a story with me about balance. Many of us struggle, as you do, with, you know, many of your different hats as an entrepreneur, philanthropist, husband, father, and just a great guy. But I was wondering if you could share a little story you told me last night, because I think it'll help us all to realize what's important. And as we go through these journeys in life, that, you know, it's not what we see, it's what others see. And so if you would just talk about balance a little bit, and then I think they're going to cut us off.
Yeah, so I told the general, I actually read him the letter that my daughter, who just turned 9, wrote me, and it was the first week of May. And like you guys, we've been scrambling for months dealing with COVID and the impact. And, you know, we all like to think we're great dads or great parents because, you know, we love our kids so much and they're always at the forefront of our minds. But like all things in terms of priorities, sometimes we don't realize how we're spending our time. So my daughter left a note for me on the kitchen table in the morning, knowing that I was going to come down for my mid-morning coffee. And it said, "Dad, I love you very much. You're spending too much time on the phone. 70% on calls, only 5% with me and Devin, my son. Here's what I want: 40% on calls and 50% with me and Devin. If you could do that, it would be great." And then she said, "Dad, you're important to me." And, you know, it gave me great perspective. I thought I was doing important stuff, trying to work with our companies at the time, thinking that we had to do all this stuff to save them. And it made me realize in a very real way that I wasn't in the moment prioritizing right. And it made me thoughtful around all the folks with whom I was working at our companies, because they were dealing with the same thing. Their kids were watching them work. And at the end of the day, as General and I talked about, all of us just want to be heroes in the eyes of our kids. And as long as we recognize that humanity in each other, I think we can go a long way collectively.
Well, hey, Brian, we've come to the end of our time. First of all, let me say thank you for taking time out of, I know, your crazy schedule. You know, that could have been an extra 2% there to be with your daughter. But thanks for sharing your insights on business, on the great value of what we do in our military, and the relationships, and how we can make not only bases more resilient, but how we can make our own institutions more resilient. And your insights were spot on. And thank you for your time. And I miss seeing you with the Boston Red Sox hat on, because I know you'd rather have that hat on than have your hair look as nice as it does right now. Thanks for your time, my friend.
General, thanks so much. Appreciate it. And thank you to all of you airmen who are out there. You can't imagine, you guys are doing it every day, so you don't think about it because that's not why you do it, but you've got an entire nation behind you, and we couldn't appreciate you more than we do. God bless all of you guys.
Thanks, Brian. Good luck. God bless you too.
Thank you.
Oh, what a lovely chat between those two. I love his story about his daughter and how articulate she was in expressing what she wanted and even giving an example of her observations. How smart.
Yeah, and to the General and Brian for sharing those stories with us. I can't tell you how incredibly helpful that is as we paint this picture around resilience and around our people. Right?
Absolutely. It really brings it home. And I love also how he opened up that he mentioned that opening up to our loved ones is actually something that can be very beneficial. And despite challenges, parents will always be heroes to their children. It's so true.
And I've got an 11-year-old at home, and she's written me similar letters like that. So
No.
it's interesting how they know the numbers and they see it before you do. But as you've seen, the common thread here as we're building up resilience, and we're going to get to day 2, day 3 here in a second, but almost every single panel or fireside chat that we've heard from has focused on our family, it's focused on our airmen, and it's focused on the communities around us. And that's the important thread, because it doesn't matter how much technology we give folks, it doesn't matter how much we do on the security and defense side. If we don't have the people supported, then nothing else matters, right?
Absolutely. Well said, John. We are so proud to see how the U.S. Air Force has risen to the challenge of the pandemic.
Yeah, let's take a look at the response made by some of the world's most famous airmen.
The United States Air Force answered the call to unite and fight at the forefront of the COVID-19 pandemic. Utilizing various Air Force bases, they were the first to set up and manage quarantine for hundreds of U.S. citizens returning home. As the pandemic spread across the country, AFWERX leapt into action to leverage an already established network of private sector and government collaborators. They helped to create the Department of the Air Force's Unite and Fight Acquisition COVID-19 Task Force. This framework would lead the way in COVID-19 relief efforts across the country. But the support didn't stop there. Those who were not able to help medically had other ways to show their appreciation. And the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds were about to say thank you.
It was a different way to use this team. It was kind of a unique way. And we were in the middle of the outbreak of COVID-19. It was really ramping up. And our air show season was effectively canceled. We were looking for a way where we can still recruit, retain, inspire. We can still make use of the time, money, and skill that the squadron has. And so the idea was really kind of a homegrown effort of, why don't we take some of our training dollars, some of our training missions, and let's just put it on public display so that folks can actually see that we are supporting you, we're cheering for you. And we knew right away that the people who really needed some uplifting was the folks in the medical community. They were struggling, obviously, with setting the battle rhythm, dealing with sick patients. We got the sense that perhaps they felt alone, and we realized that. And so we wanted to put that on display and dedicate these missions to the healthcare workers so they could see that we're all cheering for you. We know this is a tough time, but we are a strong country. We have strong communities. We have a strong medical community, and we're going to get through this. And so it was an absolute honor to be able to deliver that message to all the people out there in the United States.
I felt proud to know that I helped Operation America Strong happen. I think it gives me a lot of purpose in my job and who I am as a military member, especially being a part of an air demonstration squadron where all eyes are on you and you represent the people downrange, you know, and it's your job to show the world what the U.S. military is made of.
Providing morale for the country during this time was pretty rewarding. It was a great feeling. I didn't think the crowd was going to respond like that. Walking around when we were doing the mission and having people thank us for everything.
All the folks on the front lines, all our medical healthcare workers, we just want to say thank you for everything you're doing for this nation. This is, without a doubt, your version of combat, and we're right there with you in the trenches. We wish you the best of luck. We're cheering for you. We're supporting you. And we know it's your professionalism, it's your pride, it's your precision in what you're doing every single day that's keeping every American safe. The best thing we could do to thank you and show our support was to conduct these flyovers. It's a complete honor. But thank you for everything you do. We're amazed at your grit, your determination, your professionalism. And we know we're going to get through this because America is strong when we're together.
And we're back, and once again, in just a few moments, we're going to turn you over to our trade show correspondent, Josh Kaplan. But Krista, tell us what's happening during our virtual happy hour today.
Following the trade show, we have an hour set aside for some engaging Fusion Connect networking. Check the links below, and we would love to see you there.
But first, back over to you, Josh.
back. What an amazing day of programming. Now, there's another opportunity to spend some time with our great exhibitors at our virtual showcase. You know the drill. Navigate to our showcase at the link below, or hit that showcase button at the top of the page, and you can see our 6 challenge categories. Browse by category, by exhibitor, or if you're feeling lucky, hit that randomizer button and see where that takes you. These 371 exhibitors are standing by waiting to hear from you. Go check out their virtual booths, view their exhibitor media, or hop into a Zoom call and talk with them directly. They have worked extremely hard to be here, and we can't overstate how much we appreciate them. They're the innovators here. They are what this conference is all about. And remember to come right back here at 5 Eastern Time for a virtual happy hour. You're not going to want to miss it.
Well, welcome back. And as we get to the end of day one here, Krista, what an amazing, amazing first day of events. And you joined us a couple of weeks ago. You've got to know AFWERX over the last 7 to 10 days. So what did you think of day one?
I'm just blown away. I mean, you really feel the camaraderie here at AFWERX, and to see everyone come together with so much passion and commitment to make all these adjustments last minute to make sure that we can deliver this wonderful conference for everyone is truly inspiring. A lot of obstacles, but it goes to show that AFWERX is so much more than just innovating the Air Force, but they're innovating this way of communicating and gathering people and pushing innovation forward despite challenges and setting this awesome precedent for people to not be limited by things. And I just couldn't speak more highly about everyone here. It's wonderful.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And I think one of the common themes that we've been talking about too is the family, right?
Yeah.
Is our family, and when we talk about the base of the future and having that foundation, it's oftentimes the spouse and family members that don't get as much recognition or attention as they should, because spouses don't get a vote in terms of where the servicemen are deployed to. The spouses don't get a vote around whether you're going to miss birthdays or whether you're going to miss holidays, you're going to miss Christmases, right? The spouse is the one that's staying at home, that's keeping the communities together, that's keeping the families together. And so I think you heard that from Brian Schiff, you've heard that from almost all of our panels in some way, shape, or form, that as we crescendo into day 2, day 3, that's all going to come back to our airmen.
It was really refreshing to see these people in the military speaking about this more personal family side, because it's not a topic that we really get to hear them speak about very often. And I think they proved a wonderful point that it really is a team effort from everyone within their family.
Yeah, I think another interesting point from today, as we talk through base resilience, we talk through infrastructure, obviously the people side, and security, and looking at the threats of the future. All of those are great lessons learned, or lessons at least observed, and we're trying to turn them into lessons learned. I think it's also exciting to have the likes of a Lorraine Powell-Jobs or Brian Schiff that have not been involved in AFWERX. They've been supportive of the military in the past, but to come in and be involved with AFWERX going forward, I think that is something that's really unique. I think something that everybody's excited about too.
Yes.
So that's really great to see.
Thank you everyone for joining us for the first day of our Base of the Future event. And as the day is concluding, we just want to remind you to tune back in tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern for our showcase. And then we'll be back here at the studio at 12 for a monster lineup.
Yeah.
John, can you tease them a little bit with who we can expect to hear from?
Absolutely. That monster lineup starts at 12 p.m. Eastern, like you said, with the Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force, General Steve Civ Wilson. He will give opening remarks. We have another day sprinkled with incredible panelists, incredible keynotes, and some other fireside chats. A couple just to note, we're going to have Joshua Marcuse from Google, who's going to do a fireside chat with us. And we got to have sports. And what better sport of the future to have than
the Drone Racing League.
The Drone Racing League CEO, Nicholas Horbachevsky, is going to join me at the end of the day for a fireside chat, and we cannot wait.
And I heard we even get to hear from Jay Leno.
Jay Leno is going to join us as well. He's done some innovation with cars. And if you've still got your COVID beard, please join us tomorrow as well and compare it with Billy Gibbons of ZZ Top, because he's going to make an appearance and tell us about innovation of music. And I'll tell you, you want to talk about a resilient band. They've been around for over 52 years with the same 3 band members.
Wow, it's unheard of.
It really is unheard of. The breaking news real quick. We just learned that our virtual happy hour cannot proceed as originally planned.
I hear it's because our Elvis receptionist got all shook up.
Is that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Please stop calling into AFWERX and offering reception Elvis a job, okay? It's stressing him out. It took us 2 quarters to recruit him. He just got started. His jumpsuit is finally fitting. Leave him alone, okay?
He's all confused now.
He's all confused. I mean, you saw the poor guy. But we would like to thank all of our professional performers who worked hard preparing to give you a great collaboration event opportunity. We're still holding happy hour. I said, don't go in, right? That networking opportunity is going to be there for you, and we encourage everyone to please join us.
Absolutely. And John, I think the AFWERX team has most definitely shown us today that they can roll with the punches and the punchlines. So why don't we all head on over to the happy hour to network with our new friends and colleagues.
That sounds great. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you right back here tomorrow, same place, same time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time for Showcase, 12 p.m. Eastern Time with General Wilson. See you then.